Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our final ordinary meeting for 2023. We've got quite a number in the audience in the gallery today. I'll mention a few of those shortly, and some will be mentioned, particularly in the early part of the meeting as well. But can I acknowledge all councillors today, and we will have an apology for Councillor Rebecca that we'll record when we get to that point in time. But I acknowledge all councillors, CEO Brian, general managers and officers are in the room, and indeed those in the gallery and those watching online, being a live streamed ordinary meeting of council. As I say, this is our final meeting for 2023, and in the gallery we have some of our youth leaders here today who will be the youth leaders for the next 12 months. Ava, Tim, Oliver and Finn. So welcome to you into the gallery. We met you only last week and very pleased that you're in here today as well to see the decision making of the elected representatives here for local government. Can I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. As has been custom over the last few months, councillors, we've acknowledged the recognition of awards that have taken place for council over the last little while, and today I'm very pleased to mention two awards that we've won or received since the last iteration of our meetings. The first of which is for the Change Project. The Change Project, as we all know, is a significant social initiative that Toowoomba Regional Council undertakes. It was awarded the 2023 Queensland Community Achievement Award semi-finalist in the category of Awards, Australia Charitable Foundation Mental Health and Wellbeing Award. The award has been received due to the project growing, and these numbers are quite extraordinary to be honest, 6,000 attendances in 2012 to 66,961 attendances in 2023. A 167% increase in participation, with a decrease in funding comparable to the original federal government seed funding of $566,000 over 2 years to now $60,000 per year. So we've had an extraordinary growth with a minimal impact on our budget of $60,000. The award was formally accepted at the awards dinner at the Royal on the Park, Brisbane, on Friday the 17th of November by Megan Wilson, who is here with us today. Megan is our Healthy Living and Active Recreation Officer, and she was accompanied on that night with Dimity Jagar, the Sport and Recreation Officer. Just as a little bit of a background on Megan, Megan was volunteered her time working with the Change Project in 2013 when it commenced, and then secured part-time project officer role later that year. She's been with Toowoomba Regional Council for 10 years and involved in the Change Project for about 6 of those. So Megan, if you're happy to come forward, I'd like to present you with the certificate on behalf of Toowoomba Regional Council, and particularly councillors, to thank you for your efforts and all of those providers who you work with on a daily basis. So congratulations, Megan. The next award that was received by Toowoomba Regional Council has obviously gained probably a little bit more media coverage than the Change Project because it was a state award, a recognition of the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers to win the major festival and events for our 2022 Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, and the awards were held most recently in Cairns, and what a landscape has changed in Cairns over the last few days from when that happened. Quite extraordinary. But today we have some of the team with us today, including the Carnival of Flowers coordinator, Kate Scott, aptly named Carnival Kate for good reason. And Kate, we acknowledge, and I know Councillor James has mentioned in this chamber quite often, we acknowledge the work of you and your small and dedicated team. That's for the 22 year, and most have flowed through to this year as well. But the the results to be on the state stage, and then subsequently you'll be at the national stage representing all of Queensland at the for the national awards, which will be later on next year. In fact, the 15th of March next year in Darwin. Congratulations, Kate, and I'd ask you now to come forward to receive the Tourism Awards Gold winner for major festivals and events. Certainly a couple of wonderful pieces of recognition for not just council and the work that is done by council officers, but all of the community. The Change Project is largely successful because of the providers who actually deliver the exercise and other programs around wellbeing. And the Carnival, of course, is built on the back of community, built on the back of volunteerism, and the fact that it's been going for 74 years, 75 years next year is testament to all of the community. So we received that award on behalf of everyone. So congratulations again, Megan, and Kate, if you could pass that on to your teams, we'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. We now move, councillors, to item number 2 on the agenda, which is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. And this morning, we're very pleased to welcome April Kavanagh, the Acting CEO and Director, and the Honourable Dr John McVeigh, the Chair of Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise, for a TSBE update. Welcome, April. Welcome, John. You've got 10 minutes for the presentation, and including a couple of questions in that as well, if you like. So presentation just from this area here, and the button on the right-hand side is the to talk with there.
Thank you.
Thanks, April.
Can you hear me? Do I need to take my shoe off? Tissue box. You think I'm joking about the shoe, but...
Welcome, April.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good on you.
Lovely. You're going to help me here? Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to present to the TRC today, online and in person to the Council. Thank you, Mayor, and also great to have our Chairman, John McVeigh, here today, but especially great to have the young leaders in the room of Toowoomba, and I hope that today's presentation is certainly interesting to you in terms of how we're continuing to take the region forward. I hope to update you on what is another Toowoomba success story, and particularly in terms of bringing our bold ambitions to life. I think TSB has certainly moved the dial since our inception 11 years ago. And we also, in terms of awards, are certainly recognised as nationally as the leading economic development body across the country. We have so many people coming through our front door saying, what do you guys do? What's your secret sauce? So I hope to bring you into the loop on some of that today around things that we've done. And I think you'll agree, it certainly represents an excellent return on investment of ratepayers' money. Thank you. Our relationship with the Toowoomba Regional Council, just by way of background, formed 11 years ago, as I said. It's governed by our constitution and our funding deed, which was established at that time, and that was really about, as you'll see under the recital part A, for establishment of TSB as the lead economic development agency for the Toowoomba Regional Council area. At that time, TSB was established with the thought of, hey, council could save on one senior executive plus the support staff. So council would contribute $450,000 to TSB, and that would be adjusted on a CPI basis. The direct cost, having recently measured our funding agreement, 1.5 mil that TSB returns on that 600 grand, now 600 grand investment each year. But just FYI, it currently costs about 5.2 mil to run TSB each year, and council contribute just $600,000. Next one, thank you. Just to give you some insight into our first 10 years.
Congratulations to the Toowoomba and Surat Basin on 10 years. This is not only a celebration of your organisation, it's also a celebration of your amazing region and its contribution to Queensland, from food, energy, manufacturing, all critical to our economy.
When we built the airport in 2013 and opened in 2014, I could not have imagined what Toowoomba and our region would have looked like at this point in time. We've secured Boeing as the anchor tenant for our aerospace and defence precinct. We've secured Virgin Orbit and we'll have the first spaceport in Australia, and we're extraordinarily excited about the future. We think within 5 years you will not know this region. My time at TSBE as the inaugural chairman was a very special time for all of us, I think, in those early days, to actually make sure that we really put Toowoomba on the national and international map, and we've certainly achieved that.
After 10 years looking back, what a huge amount of growth we've had in the region, and we know now that regional areas are the place to live. We have the lifestyle, and looking forward to the future, amazing things happening in our region.
To all those who've been involved in the Toowoomba and Surat Basin enterprise over recent years, can I, on behalf of this community, and in fact the broader region, offer you a great congratulations. You are a very highly respected organisation. You've brought a tremendous amount of opportunity to this region and regions surrounding us.
A huge congratulations to Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprises for reaching this fantastic milestone. Your work and commitment to the region over the last 10 years has been instrumental to the growth and ongoing success of local economies and industries.
A big thank you to all of the members of TSBE and also the regional councils and anyone that's supported us over the last 10 or so years. We really do appreciate it. I believe Toowoomba and Surat Basin region is the most exciting part of Australia, and all of us at TSBE cannot wait to see what the next 10 years holds for our entire region.
Thank you. I wanted to play that video, albeit a few of the people have moved on, even as recently as the last 2 weeks, some may say. But just to highlight, and I think certainly for the period of the last funding deed with Toowoomba Regional Council, you know, some of the achievements across that time. I have to say though, you know, a year ago, the board sat back and reflected and said, you know, we can't continue to just ride off the back of the success of the last 10 years, that as an economic development body, we needed to continue to evolve and to change, and to certainly, you know, evolve in terms of not just the activity that we were doing, but also the impact that we were having, and start to move the conversation more in that direction. To that end, we've spent the last year or so strategic planning, and I think our new strategic plan, our purpose, albeit just subtly different, certainly reflects the broader society changes of a new economy, that it's not just growth for growth's sake, and I certainly talk to the new leaders down the back, but it's growth, you know, that's sustainable, that's positive for our region, that we all really enjoy living and working in Toowoomba as it is today. I drive my kids to school every day. I love that the maximum travel time is 17 minutes and I live out of town. So, you know, we want to continue to make sure that Toowoomba is moving forward, but in a way that protects the livability standard for all of us here in town. In terms of our objectives, and again, people might say this isn't that much different to what we've done in the past, albeit just subtly different. So influencing favourable conditions for positive business for our town, attracting and connecting economic influences and opportunities, enhancing industry capacity and engagement, and really that we're going to be focusing on that in our next 10 years. Thank you. So what does that mean by strategies? And I suppose, you know, this is what we look at as a broader economic development body. So it's influencing favourable conditions. So it's advocating for policies that are good for our region. It's attracting those opportunities, getting the opportunities to town and making sure that they're using local content. I mean, you guys spend 70% of your spend here in town, so what about those projects that are coming into town as well? And enhancing industry capacity and engagement. And even if we use hydrogen, say, the work that we're doing here is leading by way of, it's the first hydrogen skills mapping project in Australia. So like I said, we want to evolve to not just running events, and we've certainly run a lot. I think we've run over 80 this year. But, you know, who came to those events? Who came from out of town? Who knows about Toowoomba that didn't know about it previously? And I guess to that end, you know, we had 29.5 million people learn about Toowoomba, Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise, or certainly see our content on the media in the last year, and that's more than the population of Australia, as you know. The figure, though, that we certainly focus on, and this is a Toowoomba specific figure, is the 1.6 billion projects that we've supported coming to town. So in terms of the annual 600 grand investment that the council make, that's what you get in return, is the 1.6 billion in projects. And just to quantify that number, because I guess anyone can throw numbers around, you know, it's the Seaway Interlink Hub, $35 million, the COTSA investment, you know, their development. We were up against towns like Wagga in that, but we secured it. I should say it's not a race. The RDO investment that's out of town now, the Boeing that mentioned on the video, Vulcan Steel, and certainly the Toowoomba Hospital is something that is really critical to getting businesses ready to connect into that project. I have been lucky enough to present to council 6 times in the last 3 times in the last 6 weeks. But I know certain councillors have certainly challenged us around sustainability and what are we doing. And I guess hand on heart I'd say, having been involved in a number of organisations, that we're probably leading in tangible outcomes. And that's why you can see a photo of us up there with Murray Watt. So we took a group of producers from southwest Queensland to Murray to talk about baselining carbon and, you know, where his policy is at and where his policy needs to be. And he said, wow, I wanted to meet with TSB for ages, and it was really great to have that opportunity just to share real-time feedback on environmental policy in Australia. The other picture that's up there that I'm really proud of is Ash in our Indigenous Business Connector, because he's doing some great stuff. You know, talk a lot about social, ESG, and the social work that he's doing is so impressive in terms of actually connecting Indigenous businesses, so helping an otherwise marginalised section of society to engage in the supply chain. And one of the recent wins, I mean, he comes back every other day, is a $70,000 contract for an Indigenous business in terms of PPE. So, you know, that's happened here. Ackland Mine as well have engaged an Indigenous business for their cleaning services. So you know, they're just some of the good news stories. In addition to, of course, hosting all sorts of trade, facilitating that local content like I referenced earlier. Thank you. Here's a few snapshots of what our members tell us. One that isn't up there would be Anton of Tough Bull Bar, who's recently become, we've worked with a lot around his membership. He's expanded now to 140 staff in town. I don't know if you've got a bull bar, but I'd suggest going to Anton. My family travel over 700 kilometres to go and see Anton. He has expanded his business to include trailers now and also expanded into the States. What a crazy man. He just told us the other day, didn't he, Mayor? 4 days he was spent in the States to open his new branch over there. He's just an amazing fellow. Investors, and I suppose this is a little bit of an FYI for councillors for noting, but I just hosted the Macquarie Bank Global Head last week here in town. I'd love to bring her down to meet with you. And would you believe it that their asset management fund has just opened an office here in town? That's why she was here. They've brought in 2 staff already, and really capable, skilled ag staff, Hamish from Emerald and Max from Orange. So she's brought them here into town, and Macquarie have a number of criteria that they look at when selecting a town, and we scored well across all of that criteria. So that's why we said, that's why they said we've got an office in Orange, we've got an office in Albury. The next logical spot for us is Toowoomba. But bugger that, they should have come to us first, because she just couldn't believe the average cost of housing here versus Orange. She was like, 600 grand, what the? So anyway, I think certainly it's a key, investors are coming to town and going, wow, if it's the first time she'd come to town, wow, I can't believe, what is here in town. And, they certainly have an intent to grow to up to 15 people, and we'd certainly like to see that go beyond that number. So there we go, team. That's just a bit of an insight into some of the market feedback that we're getting. We're certainly really excited about the future, and it's here already. I know council last week hosted a solar manufacturer, $100 million investment in town, 200 jobs in council last Friday, talking about the development pathway, and that was just great to see, wasn't it, Jeff? That the development planning team could say 3 months, we can work together to get your solar manufacturing plant up and running, approved. Beyond that, up and running. So that's certainly attracting opportunities like that in renewable energy is a focus for us. Our February Enterprise Evening, we are going to be focusing that on water security being also a key topic for council, and we'll be seeking to invite the State Water Minister to that as well. And with your help, Mayor, we'd love to host the federal government around Inland Rail and other infrastructure that we definitely don't want to be missing out on. As we look into 2024, we will continue to be active in facilitating strategic events. So for the council's noting, I just want to pop those dates up there before I wrap up. But otherwise, I hope that today's presentation has been informative by way of, understanding more about the impact that Toowoomba-Surat Basin Enterprise has on the region, but also the great return on investment that it represents for council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, April. Just, if you wouldn't mind just waiting there for a moment, we'll just go to questions. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, April. And I think you and I speak the same lingo. It must be a bush thing. I think I get into a bit of trouble in here for speaking like that sometimes. But look, I'd like to acknowledge and thank yourself and John for turning the page on a new chapter for Tisby, and I look forward to seeing what that delivers in the future. And I often look back and think that the council of the day that made the decision to outsource its economic development to its own controlled entity was such a good decision to make. If you consider $600,000, if we were putting that into a branch within council, the outcomes we would get for $600,000 would be quite minimal. You'd probably get 3 or 4 staff, and that would be it. And I just think it was such a smart move, and I congratulate all of those involved, all the previous boards and chairs and whatever, for what they've done over the past period of time. And I look forward to seeing, you know, what happens in the future, and I certainly look forward to the water security event you've got lined up in February. That'll be a really interesting topic for sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy, that's great.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Any other questions or comments, councillors? If there's nothing further, April, on behalf of all of us here, thank you very much for your presentation. Do appreciate it. Lots of really good information in there for us and for the community. And the beauty of having a deputation is that it is live streamed, so and people can go back and look at that as well, which is very useful from time to time. So thank you very much. And John, thank you, and thank you to the board. We do appreciate it, and we'll catch up in the not too distant future. Good on
Thank you.
Thank you, April.
Thanks, Tim.
Well, councillors, we move forward then to item number 3 on the agenda, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leave of absence, and declaration of conflict of interest. I mentioned at the start of the meeting that we do have an apology to record for Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff. Can I have someone to move for the apology for the Deputy Mayor? Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Nancy. Those in favour? That motion is carried. There's no other leave of absence required. Granting of leave of absence, Councillor Megan, do you have a...
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I wish to apply for a leave of absence for the ordinary meeting in January, the 16th of January, and if there's a special meeting on the 24th of January.
Thanks, Councillor Megan. So 16th of January and potentially the 24th of January, granting of leave of absence. Can I have someone to move? Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Now, councillors, we do have a declaration of declarable conflicts of interest. In item number 4, there's a confirmation of minutes for the special meeting of council on the 29th of November. There is an adjustment to those minutes that needs to be made. It's not necessarily business arising. Well, it's not. It's just an amendment to those minutes. Therefore, when we get to that item, there will be the following to take place. There were declarations made. Councillor Edwina, you'll leave when we get to that, and I'll remind everyone of that when we get there. Councillor Nancy, these are the ones who declared a conflict. Councillor Nancy to stay, Councillor Kerry will stay, Councillor Megan will leave, and Councillor Tim will stay. That's when we get to item number 4. In item number 8.2, reception and consideration of committee reports, which is item number 4, confidential Wellcamp Business Park bulk water supply agreement. Councillor Edwina, you have a declaration. Would you like to read that declaration?
I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, confidential Wellcamp Business Park bulk water supply agreement at the Water and Waste Committee meeting of 12 December 2023, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Edwina. We move then to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes. And for the first one, which is the ordinary meeting of council, there's no requirement for councillors to depart the room. That item is the ordinary meeting of council for the 21st of November. And the motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 21 November 2023 be confirmed. If someone moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Now, when we get to the next one, which is the special meeting of council DA, the 29th of November, Councillor Edwina and Councillor Megan, you can now leave the room. You're going to read it again. Read the declaration from last... All councillors, even those that are staying. Goodness gracious me. Okay, we need to work through this one by one. Hopefully you've got those declarations in front of you. So, Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to note I have a declaration of conflict of interest. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, MCUI 2022 number 3590 for the development application for a development permit for material change of use, Wirrawirra Street, East Toowoomba. and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Nancy, you had a declaration.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to MCUI 2022-3590, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the special meeting of Council of 29th of November 2023 and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. In relation to MCU 2022/3590, development application for a development permit for a material change of use, concerning the extension to educational establishment located at 4650-5153 Wirrawira Street, East Toowoomba, I have a declarable conflict of interest. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the special meeting of Council of 29th of November 23 and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Same item for development application for a development permit for a material change of use at the Toowoomba Anglican School. I request that it be minuted that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the special meeting of Council 29 November 2023, as I am on the board, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you very much, Councillor Megan. Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the special meeting of Council 29th November 2023. The item is MCUI 2022/3590 and Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. So we move then to the voting. So Councillor Edwina and Councillor Megan, if you now remove yourselves from the room and away from any listening area of the area. Councillor Tim, you had a question?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move the recommendation as written on the board today. So I think last time I said officer's recommendation, and that didn't include the extra dot points there. So the recommendation as it's written.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. I'll take you as the mover. We'll go to some questions. Do I have a seconder of that motion while it's on there? And we'll just put it on the books. Councillor James, the second that motion. Kirsten. Councillor Nancy, you had a question or comment?
Yes, I do have a question. Thank you, Mayor. I just wonder, could somebody explain to me how we can actually legally do this process? I was quite surprised, shocked, whatever, that was put before us. So if someone could explain it, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
My understanding is that on checking the minutes, someone noted that there was a mistake in the minutes and they've corrected it, and this is a process to correct that mistake. That's my understanding.
Sorry, if I could just follow up. Councillor Tim just indicated that he moved the motion, the officer's recommendation, without mentioning the additional things which we did discuss and agree upon at the meeting, but we didn't actually include that in our resolution. So I just want clarity to make sure that we're not doing the wrong thing here. That's all.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And clarification is that the motion that is before us is the motion that's listed there. That becomes the motion. And so therefore, as with all confirmation of minutes, if there's a change from the minutes, then it needs to be recorded, and that's the point to do it. So the motion, Councillor Tim, just to be sure, you are moving that motion that's before us, which, as I understand it, was mentioned in the meeting but wasn't recorded at the meeting in the actual resolution. So it needs to be recorded as part of that resolution. It was mentioned, but it wasn't put in, as I understand it.
That's right, and it is a technicality. I'm just seeking advice on whether we can actually do that. We endorsed the officer's recommendation, which was put by Councillor Tim, and we endorsed it without having those additional things in there. And this goes against my grain as well, because I want those additional things in there, but I want to make sure that we can legally do this. That's what I want. Because we voted on the officer's recommendation without including those things, which I desperately want in there, but I need to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
So we don't have legal representation in the room from our legal team. Brian, this has obviously gone through ELT and it's gone to you at that point, and Bailey obviously had some input into it, as would the planning department. Do you have anything further to comment on, to give confidence to councillors about the process? I'll just let Brian answer that before Carol, and then we'll get on. Councillor Carol.
Councillors, I wasn't here when this went through ELT, so I'm not sure of the background in relation to this one. If in fact the minutes were, it was just a mistake on what was supposed to be in the minutes, and in that it was just a record, or a record is just incorrect, you can fix it here, that's fine. But if you haven't actually made that decision in the council meeting, you can't go and change it at this point in time.
So it seems that that discussion took place to include it, but it wasn't included in it. That's where it comes from. It was an oversight from the minutes.
If in fact that's what council's wish was, and I haven't looked at the recordings to see what actually did happen in relation to that meeting, but if it was actually intended to be in there, but it wasn't actually just recorded through a clerical misunderstanding, then you could fix it if that was the intention of council and it was very clear. But if it's something that's actually new that wasn't actually resolved, then you can't do that.
Councillor Tim, as the mover, your recollection of that?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will just say, at the original meeting, I moved this motion with the intention of including those three clauses in there. So that was the intent of what was put forward. It was discussed, and I think most people were, happy for it to be in there as part of the motion. So when I moved the motion, to my understanding, it was only taken down as the officer's recommendation, and so it's not something different to what we talked about on the day. It's an error of somewhere. So I think this is just an alteration to the minutes, which is the appropriate place. But certainly my intent at the time was on moving all of those conditions, and happy to redo it now if it helps.
Well, you have moved it, and we've got a second. Councillor Carroll.
Point of clarity, Mr Mayor, please. 2.2 and 2.3 were changed at the meeting and were in the motion that we voted on. The only thing we're talking about is the bottom point. The first 2 points were changed, and they were voted on at the actual meeting. So the only thing that's in discussion really should be the one down the bottom with the corner window, because I made those two changes, or I requested they be made, and they were made on the day on the screen. 2.2 and 2.3.
It sounds more like a clerical misalignment to what was decided on. Councillor Nancy.
I'd like to agree, but I in my heart I don't. My recollection was that Councillor Tim said he would like to move the officer's recommendation, even though we had discussed all those things. I don't believe it was a clerical error. And I think it's important when we move motions, we give thought to it. I've been quick myself, been a bit quick draw McGraw, and found myself needing change. So I think it's important that we can be considered when we move motions to make sure that we do include things like had been discussed at that meeting, but I don't believe we did. However, rather than have us back and forth about what we should do, could we possibly defer this motion until later in the day and have legal people review the meeting footage and come back with legal advice on it? I think that would be a safer way to move forward.
Just, there's a little bit of a conversation going on my right-hand side here, so I just want to clarify what's being spoken about here.
So I was just talking you're in attendance at the meeting at the time. So at the time there was discussion about putting in 2.2, 2.3 and the following conclusion. So that was what the discussion was that council had, but when it came to move the motion, the actual words that were used by Councillor Tim were that the officer's recommendation be adopted, which did not include those. Council then voted on that. So on that basis, even though there was that understanding, it wasn't corrected at that particular point in time, and Kirsten's understanding at that point was the literal recommendation was that the officer's recommendation be adopted, which did not include all of those things that are underneath it. That's correct, Kirsten?
Dr. Nicola, thank you for your attendance. Would you like to come forward here? You'll be familiar with this item. So there is some uneasiness around the process that we're going through here to actually use this mechanism to make a change to an adopted position, and whether this is in fact the right place to do that, or should we use another mechanism?
Thank you very much, councillors. So on the day, Councillor Tim moved to accept the officer's recommendation as they were written. Subsequently, changes were made to the recommendation. I think some elements were added. However, no one moved that new resolution. So this was picked up afterwards. So Carrie and I made inquiries with council business as to how do we make sure this resolution can stand, which is why it's come back today. So consistent with the intention on the day, which was to move this as the resolution, it would need to come back. Otherwise, the only resolution that stood on the day was Councillor Tim moving the council officer's recommendation.
So I guess the query in my mind is, do we have this process correct? Normally, if there's a resolution passed by council, it would need rescinding before another motion is put forward. And I guess picking up on Councillor Nancy's commentary, and I agree with this, that perhaps we need to just defer this decision, let it lay on the table until we get some clarity around the best possible way to do it, and we may need some further advice. So if councillors are comfortable with that, Councillor Tim and Councillor James, are you comfortable with letting it lay on the table? Well, you can keep it on there, but we'll let it lay on the table until later on in the afternoon, or whenever we get to it, sometime today though. Councillors comfortable with that? We'll let it lay on the table. Thank you. Councillor.
Just a query. I just wondered whether an ordinary meeting is superior in a sense to the committee meeting and would rectify it if we passed it the way it is now.
So that was a special meeting of council.
It was, sorry.
Yeah, so a special meeting of council. You're right. If it's a committee meeting, an ordinary meeting of council will trump that. But this was a special meeting.
Not a special meeting.
This was a special meeting. Let's get some clarity through the course of the day and come back a little later on. Thank you. Thanks for that, Nicole. Sure. Yeah. Dr. Nicola just reminded me that the special meeting tomorrow might provide an opportunity for us in order to do that. So that is an option. We'll call Councillor Edwina and Councillor Megan back in. Thanks, James. Okay, councillors, we now move to item number 4, which is business arising out of the minutes, and I refer really on this occasion to the ordinary meeting of council. Is there any business arising? If there's no business arising, we'll move then to item number 6, which is presentation of petitions, and I'm advised at this stage that there are no petitions. Does there anyone have a petition? If not, we move to item number 7, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. It's referred to as a mayoral minute, and councillors are well aware of this. In fact, it was mentioned at the final day of the 16 days of activism last week with Zonta, and or it might have been the week before. It's got away with me. In regard to signing of the pledge, the Not Now, Not Ever Together pledge, and the report highlights the reasons why, and the leadership shown that we can by signing the pledge, and acknowledge the presence in the gallery today of Adair Donaldson, who is one of 14 community members represented on the Prevention Council, selected for his demonstrated commitment to domestic and family violence prevention. Together Prevention Council. Adair, welcome to you, and thank you for your presentation at the end of the 16 days of activism. Councillors, the proposal here is that I will read the pledge on behalf of all councillors and indeed the CEO, who will also sign the pledge. We'll then file through, and Councillor Shine, I guess, will go that direction. Your names are on the certificate, so you can sign them. I've had conversations with the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Rebecca, this morning, and she has fully supports this pledge. And I have to say, councillors, that and for those watching, that the statistics are terrible. I hate talking statistics, but it's a harsh reality that 1 in 4 women have experienced violence from an intimate partner since the age of 15. In last financial year, 9 in 10 hospitalisations for assault injury by a partner were for females being presented at hospital. 9 in 10. And therefore, I'm supremely confident to sign this petition, together with colleagues, that we can do all we can, supporting organisations like Toowoomba Together, like Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships, like Protea Place, like Zonta and others in our community that do a lot of the work in this space as well. I have been contacted individually by councillors to say that they are determined to do what they can individually, because they themselves have their own lived experience in this space. And this gives them that opportunity to actually leverage their lived experience and help be the change that we need in our society to be a better place. So therefore, councillors, I will read the pledge on your behalf, and we will then go through and sign that. So it's not now, not ever together. We do not tolerate inequality and domestic and family violence. Toowoomba Regional Council pledges to work toward a Queensland where everyone is equal and free from violence. Toowoomba Regional Council commits to playing our role, working within our organisation and in partnership with others to raise awareness, improve prevention and provide practical assistance to end domestic and family violence. Toowoomba Regional Council recognises as leaders in the corporate and community sectors that we have a vital role to play, and we agree to use our internal and external and formal and information networks to activate others to join in the shared objective of keeping everyone safe from violence. You will note, councillors, and CEO Brian is also signing this pledge because it's as much as internal as this is external, and I'm very pleased that Brian, yourself, and I will go down. The certificate's in the middle of the table there. Councillor Carroll. Okay, let's happy to move that councillors and the CEO sign the Not Now, Not Ever Together pledge. Can I have a second? Seconded by Councillor Carl. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll sign. So, Councillor Shine, if we'll come through as well. Yes. Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, I'd like to invite Adair Donaldson just to say a few words just on behalf of the organisation. He's one of 14 that represent Adair. Just the right-hand button, if you press that and the red light will come on. Okay. That's it, you're right.
Mayor Jeff, councillors, can I just thank you so much? Obviously, being on the Premier's Advisory Council with 14 there, this is my hometown, and more than anything, I want us to be leading the way with respect to preventing violence towards women and all violence. To see the confidence that you've shown in taking the pledge, to joining the other councillors, but what we can do now is we can become and we can lead the way for everywhere. As one of the highest profile employers in our region, it's only just that you are leading the way on this and that you set the scene for others to follow as well. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you so much for taking the pledge, and I look forward to seeing how you hold others to account as well. So thanks, Mayor, and thanks so much for allowing the opportunity.
Thank you, Adair. Thank you. Can we give Adair a round of applause for this? Thank you very much, Adair. I do appreciate that. Thanks very much, Adair, and thank you for your time to be with us this morning as well. Councillors, we move to item number 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. 8.1 is the Planning and Development report, which is that the report, there's only one item in there. Is anyone wanting to take that item out? If not, the motion is that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 12 December 2023 be received and the recommendation therein adopted. Moved by Councillor Megan. Can I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move to item 8.2.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor
That's okay.
Millicent.
Just before you go further, I just want to make a note for those in the gallery, but also within the community, that I am abstaining from these votes and the previous ones because unfortunately I was unavailable for those. So just as
That's
a point
thanks
of
for raising that, Councillor Melissa. Do appreciate it, and it's great to see you back. Good on you. Councillors, we move to item 8.2, which is Water and Waste Committee. There is one item on there. Is anyone wishing to remove that item? It is confidential. Thank you, Councillor Edwina. If there's, sorry, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Melissa, just confirming, even abstaining from the vote will be recorded as a no vote. So at the statutory meeting, the ordinary meeting of council, you still have all the papers and you can vote on that recommendation. So you still have the ability to do that. So you can continue. No, that's okay. So no one wishing to remove that item, number 4? Okay, if that's the case, that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 12 December be received and the recommendation therein adopted. Moved by Councillor Nancy, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Edwina. We need to record a division. Well, that won't be too hard. That was unanimous. Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Item number 8.3, councillors, is the consideration of the Infrastructure Committee. There's one item for us to vote on. Anyone wishing to remove that? No. The motion, therefore, is that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated 12 December be received and recommendation adopted. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillors, we then move to item 8.4, which is the Environment and Community. One item again in that, item number 3, Community Grants. Anyone wishing to move that out? If not, we move that the report of the Environment Community dated 13 December be received and recommendation adopted. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. We move then to item 8.5, which is the Finance and Business Strategy Committee. There are two items, item 3 and item 5, one of which is in confidential, item 5. Is anyone wishing to Councillor Nancy, you'd like to remove item number 5? Councillor Nancy, it is in confidential. Is this to vote on?
To vote, thank you.
Okay. So councillors will remove that the report for the Finance and Business Strategy dated 13 December, with the exception of number 5, be adopted. Councillor Kerry, Councillor Edwina. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? That motion is carried. We move then to item number 5, as I mentioned, is confidential in its nature. Consideration of request for a rate concession. Given it is confidential, there's no discussion. The recommendation or the motion is that the report for the item number 5 be adopted. Moved by Councillor Shine. A seconder for that motion. Seconded by Councillor Megan. Those in favour? Now we'll record these votes. Do we record these for the purposes of... Would you like them recorded, Councillor Nancy? So those in favour, if you put your hand up, please. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Tim, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Melissa, Councillor Megan, Councillor Kerry and myself. Those against? Councillor Bill, Councillor Nancy and Councillor James. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Item number 8.6 is the reception and consideration of a report for economic development. The report be received is the motion. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Megan. Those in favour? A motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move then to item number 9, which is the monthly report, and welcome General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson to come forward. This is the monthly report dated at the 30th of November for this year. And welcome, Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. So presenting the monthly performance statement for the period ending 30th of November. And this report commences on page 23 of 314 of Diligent Boards. If we move to page 24 of the report, we can identify the highlights for November. We have unrestricted cash expense ratio at the end of November, 6.22 months against the department's financial management sustainability guideline of greater than 2 months, and the actual unrestricted cash amount of 163 million. A separate report updating DRFA is provided as attachment 4. The consolidated financial performance statement is provided from page 31 of the report, and I sent an email yesterday with just a summary of some of those variances and just covering off on those. Operating income tracking slightly above budget with a variance of less than 1% or $554,000. Water consumption is slightly below budget and fees and charges are tracking above budget. So that water consumption is a timing difference. We usually see consumption greater during the dry months, but fees and charges will be further reviewed at budget review too. Overall operating expenditure, again tracking above budget with a variance of 1%, 2.5 million. This variance is primarily in material services and other expenditure, with several branches struggling to meet sustainability reductions. This will be very carefully considered at budget review too. We have been reviewing all our services. As councillors are aware, we've been taking you along on that journey with us. But there are certainly some challenges within the materials and services space for a number of branches across the organisation. The capital components of the statement, so capital income tracking very close to budget with a variance of less than 1% or 66,000, so everything going well there. Capital expenditure is tracking to where we thought we would be, so where the phasing is. However, it is below that figure of 62 million for the same period last year. So very happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Any questions, councillors, in regard to the monthly financial performance? Councillor Kerry.
No, thanks, Chair, and thank you, Anne-Marie. Just to page 23 of Diligent, which is, page 24, referring to the monthly financial performance statements itself. Just in relation to the disaster recovery funding arrangements, it's mentioned there of 10,419,671 in operational expenditure. My question is, does that relate mainly to, if not entirely, to labour or wages? And what proportion would you, if you're aware of it, would be incurred by council employees as opposed to outsourced labour, if you have those figures?
And thank you, councillors. So about just under $500,000 of that 10 million was internal labour for the period. So around 6.3 million relates to, or 6.4 million is paid to contractors, and the rest was for materials and services directly relating, including internal plant hire. So just under $500,000 was internal labour.
No, thank you. Then, if you wouldn't mind going to page 29 in relation to the attachment. It refers to on page 29 the under operating income that the interest received was in fact below budget. And bear in mind the interest rates are sort of slowly but going up. I think, perhaps they aren't. It showed a decrease of 53,469 from what was anticipated. Is there an explanation for that you're aware of?
So it's a variance of 1%. When the variance get around the 4 or 5%, we start to get a little bit concerned about them. But a variance of 1% is usually a timing difference. So it depends on when we receive invoices for those major projects that we've got in the pipeline at the moment. It depends on when we get the invoices. We invest money on a daily basis, and there will just be some fluctuations on those. So with a variance at 1%, I'm not concerned at this time, but obviously we track this on a regular basis.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Any other questions? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Anne-Marie. So I was looking at the labour operational costs, and it's 52, nearly 53 million. And I went back and looked at this time last year, and it's a very similar figure. And I was thinking that we'd have quite a few less staff at this time. So it'd be interesting to know the difference between the staff numbers then compared to here. But it's probably something that needs to be monitored, particularly when we're starting to head towards EBA negotiations. We need to understand the impacts for our council. So I thought that was well worth looking at. But I did wonder what grants council has applied for this financial year and what success what success there has been. Thank you. That can be on notice.
Yeah, and I'm taking steps now to provide reporting on that going forward for councils on a monthly basis of grants applied for where we've been successful and how we are tracking against milestones.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to this? I note, Anne-Marie, that in your monthly report you talk about the DRFA and the local component, local spend, nearly 75 to 79% of local spend, which isn't obviously in this report, but it is in later on. So I guess to Councillor Shine's point about maybe it's not our staff, particularly in here doing the work, $500,000, but a fair chunk of it, 3/4 of it, more than that, is being done by local contractors, which I think is a great result, to be honest. That's numbers about right.
And what we've done for the first time through the procurement process is part of the evaluation was the company's abilities to report back to us on local engagement. So measuring and monitoring that local engagement factor with major contracts. And that's evidenced in the group report later on.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. If there's no further questions, the motion then is that the monthly performance statement as at 30 November 2023 be received. If someone move that, moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Farquhar. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie, very much. We move then to item number 10, councillors, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report, noting that attachment 3 is in confidential. So if there's items that are wanting to be discussed, then I propose we can certainly do that, but we may shift those to the CEO's confidential at item number 16. Brian, did you want to talk to your report before I go to questions?
No, councillors, those reports are there for your information. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. Could I just have an understanding of why attachment 3 is in confidential, why we would do that?
Sure. I'll ask the CEO to mention. There is some information in the report.
There would be some reports within there that would be confidential. So if there's particular ones that you'd like to talk about, we may be able to discuss those in open if they're not confidential. If there's confidential information in relation to that, we would then go into confidential. Maybe we could construct that in future into 2 attachments, one confidential, one not. Might be easier to do it that way, and then you can talk freely about that. But if you have any questions in relation to any of those particular ones that are in that attachment, we'll just have a cursory look at those and determine whether they're confidential or not. If they're not in the substance within those, we can actually just discuss them in open council.
Yeah, I think it's, I personally think that transparency is important, and therefore maybe sensitive wording in there could be redacted, so that the community can see all the motions, but just the sensitive issues in there redacted, so that it's. I think we do need to be transparent in those resolutions and how they're progressing through the organisation. I think it's important.
Yes, and I think there's individual officers named in there, etc. Stuff
Which
that
can
need
be
to
blacked
redacted.
out. Yeah.
So perhaps, CEO, given the timing and what have you, is it something that we can discuss this in closed? If there's questions, we can shift it out of there. If not, we'll vote on it as it is. But is it something that could be considered, at the next quarter? But even if there's things that crop up today, we'll discuss them all in confidential. So that being the case, if we're to move this motion here, we would move the motion without attachment 3 as the motion, and then attachment 3 would be discussed in item number 16 today.
Let's do that.
If there's if you've got something that needs to be discussed in there, that's the way forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Just for this meeting.
For this meeting, yeah.
Yeah. Next time it'll be.
But
different.
are there any other questions for the CEO in regard to Councillor Nancy?
Thank you. I'm glad we've sorted that out. So then, Brian, in the organisational culture improvement initiative action plan, there are a number of amendments which you have mentioned in your physical report at the beginning there, and I see P7 and M2 have been deferred again to February 24, and I feel that these documents should actually reflect the progress of what has occurred. For example, P7, just so you understand where I'm coming from, which was scheduled to be completed by the 16th of February 22, should be noted when it was extended to whatever date, and then now it's being extended to February 2024, so that there's actually a timeline progress there, so that we fully understand how those are tracking. Thank you. Do we need a resolution for that, or we're happy to just...
No, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, councillors? If there's not, Kirsten, we might just have a look at the draft motion and just make that slight adjustment so it would read, and you've probably done the wording there. If not, we'll we'll do that quickly. The CEO's monthly report be received without attachment 3, which is deferred to item 16 in today's meeting. So there's a track of what's happening if someone reads these minutes. Something to that effect. Brian, you might have to think about that wording there too, once Kirsten does that. She's putting it together. Look at this. Received without attachment 3, which is to be deferred to item 16 at today's meeting. I think that's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Someone happy to move that motion, that the Chief Executive's monthly report be received without confidential attachment 3, which is to be deferred to item 16 at today's meeting. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move then to item number 11, and I propose after item 11 we might just have a break before we go into the officers' reports. Item number 11, councillors, is the monthly report, the Mayor's monthly report in fact, and it's there for your reading. Councillors, is there any questions in regard to the report? There's quite a bit in there. But I think I've kept everyone up to date pretty much with this. It's just a record of what we're doing. Councillor James and Councillor Nancy.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Not a question, just a comment. I just wanted to say I think it's wonderful this has finally happened that we're seeing around advocacy funding for refugee support services. Obviously, we know this is something that the MAC Advisory Committee has obviously requested or pushed strongly for. We've put motions through council for I don't know how many years now, but to see that, congratulations. I think it's a big thank you to yourself. We've actually secured a meeting with Minister Giles. Is a huge step forward. So I think, as I said, on behalf of everyone involved with the MAC, I think it's something that's, as I said, it's been a couple of years. We've sort of been crickets for quite a while, but so credit to yourself for obviously being able to secure that, and then that's the ultimate that we talk about that we can do, advocacy in this space, and to be able to speak directly to the minister is the ultimate that we can achieve. So thank you to you on behalf of the MAC, and said look forward to seeing how that unfolds with the minister.
Yeah, thanks, James, and you'll be in that meeting, which is very appropriate indeed. Councillor Nancy, you had a question or query?
Thank you, Chair. We're certainly getting a lot of lobbying done, and I thank you for your lead on that, Councillor Jeff, and I think I mentioned that last meeting as well. It's good to see that this is going ahead. But I did wonder about, do we actually keep a lobby register as a council? I don't know. Don't recall ever coming across it before, and I wondered whether we do actually keep one, and if we do, where we keep it, so that it's accessible for residents to see. And the reason I bring it up was that at a recent meeting, Councillor Megan mentioned that she had met with you with a union representative, which is considered a lobby. They're a lobby group. So I just wondered whether records are kept of that sort of thing to ensure that we're following all the right protocols in respect to that.
We might just, Ryan, you might make comment of this. We do, as I understand,
yes,
do have a record.
We do. We have very, very few entries, if any, at this point in time. They have to be registered lobbyists. In relation to the unions, I think they may have exemptions in relation to that under the legislation, but I'll just have to check that out.
Yeah, I must admit I had a bit of a look online, which isn't necessarily all accurate, but it does say that the Queensland Corruption Watchdog in January of this year called for union officials to be captured by the state's lobbying organisation and for local councillors, and it went on. So I don't know where that landed with the state, but I think it would be safer anyway to do that, given that the Crime Watchdog has actually brought that up. Thanks.
Well, why don't just to activate that, the motion is that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Should we put a second motion to that a register of lobbyists is confirmed and maintained, council, or something to that effect? Brian, can you do that, or is it?
I think we're actually required by law to do that.
We do have to have it, yeah.
So you won't need a resolution.
So it's really just to confirm those other findings in regard to it. But it's a very good point, There's no doubt about it, yeah. Okay, councillor, is there any other questions? Councillor Kerry.
Thank you, Chair. I note with pleasure that you extended congratulations to the Premier, the new Premier, the current Premier, the Honourable Stephen Miles, on his accession to that position. Just wondering whether you would include in your report congratulations to Toowoomba Red, schooled and university attended, the new Minister for Transport and Main Roads and Minister for Digital Services, Bart Mellish. Likewise, congratulations to him because of his obvious close association to our region.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Councillors, it's the intention that all ministers that have been appointed will receive a letter of congratulations from this council, and indeed inviting them to our region as well. So that may capture that anyway. So perhaps the motion could be that the Mayor, on behalf of our community, congratulate all ministers on their appointment. That would cover?
Well, it probably would, but it's sort of a special situation in that he is one of us, as opposed to not being against us, but being not from here.
Well, can I make a commitment that we will add some nuance to Minister Bart's letter? So we'll add that, Kirsten, just as a second item there. That, and I note that we've got a general business item coming from Councillor Megan as well, which we'll leave for that area. We'll just add that to there. Kirsten, can you add that to the... So number 2, one, the Mayor's, and number 2, that the Mayor right to congratulate on behalf of the Council the appointment of new ministers of the state government. Something like that. Comfortable with that, Kerry Shine? Councillor Shine?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to the report? You'll note the final message there to fellow councillors, council staff and all the community. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. If you're driving, stay safe on the roads. I wish you a prosperous New Year and filled with opportunities to grow with our Toowoomba region. That'll probably be said at the end of the meeting as well. So it's in the it's in the report. Kirsten, if you could just put that up when you get the opportunity, and we'll just confirm councillors are comfortable with that. You've got another question, Councillor Shine?
Unrelated to the...
Unrelated?
But I noticed as well with pleasure the fact that you communicated with the crew of HMAS Toowoomba and that they responded. I don't think that's been a matter of any report in the local media, but I think the people of Toowoomba would like that association that we have emphasised, and our best wishes for them is not just from the council, of course, but from the people of Toowoomba as well.
That's right. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Shine. So the motion is there up on the screen that the Mayor's monthly report received, and the Mayor, on behalf of Council, right to congratulate the appointment of new ministers, right to congratulate newly appointed ministers for the state government. Newly appointed ministers for the state government. Newly appointed state government ministers. That's probably even better, Councillor Carroll. Newly appointed state government ministers. That saves the wording. Councillors comfortable with that? Okay. Councillor Shine? Comfortable with that?
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Okay. So someone move the motion. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? A motion is carried unanimously. Councillors, I propose now we adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. Resume at 25 to 11. If someone moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thanks. Back in 10 minutes. Councillors, will resume the meeting, the ordinary meeting of Council for December, and we move to item number 12, and in particular item 12.1, which is the 2.24 caretaker period protocols. The author for this item is actually Bailey Garcher, Manager of Governance and Legal Services, and Bailey is on leave at the moment. The CEO said that he's quite comfortable to answer any questions, noting that we had a session on this, councillors, only last week, I think it was, and the changes that were spoken about through consultation have been included in that. Anne-Marie, can you see if Brian's there, please? And if he's not there, can you please track him down from his room? He is there, is he? No, he's just here, Anne-Marie. That's all right. We're up to 12.1, caretaker period 2.24. I've just explained that we've had a session on this. Bailey is on leave, and that you're willing to take the questions if there are some. Brian, are there any questions, councillors, in regard to 2.24 caretaker period protocols? This is item 12.1. The recommendation, councillors, is there. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me, I think it's good to update these things. So just on Board Book 79, or track changes 3 of 7, it talks about council employees must not retweet, post, share or like political content where it can be identified that they are an employee of Toowoomba Regional Council. I think that's important that our staff are made aware of that so that they don't, make an error uninformed. So I just wanted to raise that as to making sure that the staff are given that advice so that they don't get into trouble inadvertently. Thanks.
It's a good point, yep.
Thank you. Councillors, if that is the case, Councillor Shine.
Just a question in relation to 4.14 electoral signage. I haven't had a chance just to look those sections up there, and the CEO may not, off the top of his head, know the answer to this question, but I'm just wondering the day on which you're allowed to start putting up call flutes out in the public area. Thank you.
Election signs can't be erected prior to the election period, so the announcement of that election period. So, yep, that morning of that day.
Thanks for clarification, Councillor Shine. We'll look forward to that day with immense anticipation. With immense anticipation. Councillors, the motion there before us is that the revised 2.24 caretaker period protocol attachment 1 be adopted. If someone move the motion. Moved by Councillor Kerry Shine, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 12.2, annual review of Council to Chief Executive Officer, the delegation, which is an annual review required annually, obviously. The Office of Delegations, as I've said earlier, Bailey is on leave. So, CEO, have you got any comments that you would like to make before I go to questions?
Councillors, the proposal from our legal advisor there is to adopt them as they stand there, and to then liaise with LGAQ through their advisors about whether we believe we have up-to-date and appropriate delegations to the CEO. Apparently they advise across the state about some of this information, and then bringing that back to Council in June 2024 to actually have a thorough refresh.
Thanks, CEO. I'll go to questions. Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. In fact, not a question. I suggested amendment to that, an additional point that, given the strategic nature of delegations and the responsibilities councillors have to go through that, particularly with concerns once the new council's elected, I would like to include, with the indulgence of my colleagues, and that we in fact have a workshop prior to our governance manager seeking external advice, so that the new council, it helps them get their head around some of the strategic delegations that happen, and it gives the new council an opportunity for input to that process, which then legal counsel can go away, seek that external advice, and then the report comes back. Whilst the time is short from, the appointment of the new council sometime in March, April, depending on what the polls produce, but it's an opportunity for the important pieces of business to be prioritised prior to that date in June. And I consider this in particular one of the more strategic pieces of work that the new council needs to get across very early. So I'm proposing that we insert that council prior to external advice workshops with the Manager of Governance and obviously the CEO to understand those. We don't need all those words, but we have a workshop where council can have input into that process.
So perhaps that's number 2, and then number 3 is
following
that workshop. That.
Yeah. And I guess
you're saying workshop first, and then that's your suggestion.
And guess I would like to move an amendment subject to a seconder.
Yeah. No, this is really just an officer recommendation at the moment, so you can adjust. This is a because it's an officer report. You can actually make that change now without an amendment if you wanted to.
Yeah, but I'd like to
just think about some wording there for it. Yeah, okay. So the CEO has mentioned, it's a good point. In number 2, after delegations register, put in the words following a workshop with councillors, and then it adds and provide a report to council. Following a workshop with councillors. So it's all in the one. And following a report, and following a workshop with councillors, provide a report. So after and, follow a workshop with councillors, provide a report. Councillor Carroll, so just think that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this, but I think that I believe that the meeting should be with LGAQ prior, in case there's new model delegations or something else that need to be changed. It's hard to know what the makeup of a council will be, and when in June is very, very early in the new term of a council. So why would you workshop something that may be suggested that it be changed by LGAQ's statewide focus through their prism, I guess, that they might have something that they might need to change. So I mean, I can support this, but the only comment I would make that I think it should be after LGAQ's recommendations or comments or whatever have been taken on board, because I think it's a bit premature, and then you might have to come back again, because other than that, what you're going to do then is you're going to have the workshop, discuss what's already there, go to LGAQ, comment on changes they might think should be made or made in the best interests of local government in Queensland, and then you're going to bring a report back where you're going to have to explain any of those changes again prior to it going to a vote. That's my concern. Thanks.
Yeah. Do you have any commentary? And I don't. This is really a discussion at this point, rather than going to debate, because it was a discussion. You put it forward.
As opposed to LGA recommendations, this council, as with any council, has the discretion to set what they determine to be part of a delegation's register. There's no, one size fits all. So it's very timely for new councillors to be across the process and to understand some of the implications of the content of that delegations register, whether they be operational delegations or very strategic delegations, of which I've read through, and there are some there. In fact, there are a number of them there that we need to be conversant with as a council holistically. So that's why I'm putting up the opportunity for the new council to be across that very early and be part of that process rather than just approve the current delegations register.
Okay. We'll go. Is there any more questions or comments? Councillor Nancy and Councillor Kerry.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Bill, for raising this. Delegations are extremely important, and often there can be complacency about them, and I've raised it at a couple of meetings in the recent months about the importance of wording in our reports about delegations. It is a large list of delegations, and sometimes, unless you read every individual line very carefully, there's things in there that you may not be aware of, and I'd like to see that workshop happen. And I just wonder, with Councillor Bill's indulgence, would consideration be given that let's all hold hands in this and have the Manager of Governance, the external advisor and all the new councillors workshop it all together instead of having a he said, she said scenario potentially, and that it all be worked together. And there may be reasons not to do that, and I'm happy to hear those, but I just wondered whether it shouldn't be all of us in the room, or not me, but everyone in the room together. And I'm particularly keen that the new councillors be involved in that so that they fully understand that delegation stuff. So just a thought. Thanks.
So if that can happen, so maybe it's simply that the council that the councillors, comma, etc., with review. So instead of it's actually that you include the councillors, Manager of Governance and Legal with an external advisor, review the delegation register in a workshop. Review the delegation register in a workshop, and following a workshop with councillors. So basically what you're saying is don't have it separately, if you can possibly do that. Whether that's possible or not.
I think for it to be an effective use of time, I think you'd have to have the Manager of Governance and Legal Services do some pre-work with the external advisor and then do a workshop with councillors, and if necessary, if you want the external advisor there at that time, that would be fine. Otherwise it'll be very clunky, I think, and clumsy to go through that process. I think you'd better off getting something where you've got the Manager of Governance and Legal Services and the external advisor have some agreement about what's appropriate, then come to council and let you guys review it and fully understand what the proposal is and change it as you see appropriate from that point in time, I think.
Yeah, happy with that. So we'll capture that in that, which is basically what you've done.
Yeah, that
covers that.
The only thing that's not in that saying whether you want the external advisor to actually be
at the workshop with councillors.
Yeah, at the workshop with councillors.
Or maybe, if required, that would be, and include external advisors if required. Yeah. Including external advisors, maybe in brackets after workshop with councillors, open brackets, include external advisors if required. Yeah, if required, that's fine. That reads fine, doesn't it? Councillors, there's a motion there before us in regard to this one. Oh, Kerry, Councillor Shine, you had a question?
Yeah, just a general question. I was, this is the first time I can relate looking at the list of acts that that the CEO has responsibility for delegation, and I agree with Councillor Nancy that it's a very important part of the way things can work smoothly, but it places a really onerous responsibility on the CEO to, on the face of it. Probably similar to regulations that that are implemented in the state and federal area, but are reviewable by the legislative body subsequently. I think we're advised of the delegations that you make and that we can review them at subsequent meetings as well. Is that in the normal course? No? How do we become aware that you have exercised a delegation? For example, can I give you an example? On page 116, because this is one I've raised before, there was a representation made to us, to a number of councillors from the Anglican Church, Father David Snape, about wanting to probably take over the trusteeship of country cemeteries, church country cemeteries. And I noticed that on page 116 that the CEO has power to agree to take on the trusteeship of a cemetery from trustees of the cemetery and to agree on the terms of the transfer. So if they wrote to council, the CEO saw that and exercised his power, would we know about it? Would we need to know about it? Yeah, how does it work in practice?
CEO to make comment.
That particular one there was actually a council decision to give that specific delegation for that specific purpose. So it wasn't a general broad one, yeah. So those ones are also captured in that register of delegations as well. So where there's specific ones, so the information relating to the relevance of that would have come to council for you to actually have a look at, and then you'd have made the decision, yes, we'll allow the CEO to make that final decision under delegated authority. So it's not, but I suppose the general answer to your question is, though, you need to, if you don't, it would be impossible, I think, to provide councils with all of the information relating to all of the times the exercise of delegations. When you actually refer those delegations, you can put some conditions in relation to that. That's the time when you put that saying, subject to any condition that you want. If that might be advising council of the delegation or something along those lines, that might be the place where you can actually do that. If you keep that in mind when we go through that register, you can put appropriate conditions where you think there's sensitive things that council needs to know about, specified in the conditions of your delegation, and that's what will come back to council. But there's thousands of times delegations are exercised either by myself or me on delegating to officers every day in relation to making decisions about how you actually administer the council.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors, or comments? If not, Councillor Edwina, sorry.
Just a comment, Chair. I think it'd be really helpful being a newcomer and understanding a bit more through the workshop. So, yeah.
No, that's a good point. Thank you. So that motion will take care of that. It's in two parts, councillors. Could I have someone moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Nancy. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move now to item 12.3, which is Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise funding deed. Again, as I mentioned, Bailey's unavailable today. CEO Brian, you're one of the authors of this report as well. This is item 12.3.
Councillors, my understanding is the negotiation happened between Bailey and the CEO and management of TSBE. Subsequent to that, council had a workshop, and what's in here at this point is, I suppose, the culmination of reflecting all of the outcomes to this particular point in time in relation to both of those agreements, this one and the next one.
Thanks, CEO Brian. Councillor Nancy.
Chair, I'd like council to consider an alternate motion, and that is, if I could read it out, one, that council extend the current funding deed with Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise Project Limited to the 31st of December 2024, and two, that council and TSB review the constitution and funding deed in preparation for a council report to consider future arrangements prior to the 31st of December 2024. Would you like me to read the reason?
Happy for you to read the reason, Chair. Let's do that now.
Yeah. Okay, so the Constitution is now 10 years old and there has been a lot of progress in economic development in our region over this time. A review will provide opportunity to develop a more fit-for-purpose contemporary constitution. A review of the funding deed will ensure council and the community continue to receive value for money from investment in their wholly owned subsidiary.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, you're happy to second that motion. Councillors, is there any discussion required at this stage, or anyone wishing to make comment or, in fact, vote against the item? If there's no, I'm happy to put the motion before you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item number 12.4, councillors, is the Olympic funding for 2032, funding deed with Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise Pty Ltd. Again, Bailey's the author. Brian, you were over the top of this one as well?
Yes, councillors. My understanding is generally the councillors were happy and TSBE in relation to the proposed final negotiations, which have been now captured in that attachment 1. So the recommendation is that we adopt that that Olympic funding deed as attached in attachment 1 to the report.
Thanks, CEO. Councillors, are there any questions in regard to this particular item? Councillor Nancy.
Chair, I just wonder about the necessity for us to continue funding it, to be honest. I know I'm putting it out there a bit, but I see a fading of the Olympics. We've just seen the new state government cabinet remove Olympics from their title and put it into infrastructure with Grace, was it? And I've seen Mayor Schrinner make his own moves in relation to the Olympic Games, and I see nothing potentially really coming our way or any great improvement in what may or may not be being promised at the moment. And it's a lot of money that, you know, we've got a tight budget, and I know I'm pushing it uphill here, but I'm going to keep going. I do worry that do we really need to be funding it, to be honest? I'm not sure that we're getting the outcomes that we need.
Thank you. Councillor Nancy, in order to open up debate on this, is someone willing to move the recommendation that's before us? Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Councillor Nancy, did you want to go into debate, or you comfortable with what it is? Okay. Any other reason to go in? Anyone else like to go into debate? If not, councillors, the motion is there before us. Those in favour? Those against? Recorded? Would you like your votes recorded? So so against is Councillor Nancy, Councillor Bill. You're quick, Kirsten, to put that down in that quick time. Thank you. Councillors, we move then to item number 13, which is matters for which notice has been given. I don't have any items for that particular area for the agenda. We then move to item number 14, which is any other items of business council determines. And Councillor Nancy, this is where yours will come in. Councillor, this is any other, noting that if there is something, it needs to be brought forward, voted on, that we do discuss it, and then we go to the next phase of moving a motion. Councillor Megan.
I wish to consider that the Toowoomba Regional Council convey an appropriately worded message to the Honourable Anastasia Palaszczuk, expressing Councillors' appreciation for her service to the state and their best wishes for the future.
So we might just see if there's some wording in regard to that to help put this on the table for us to even put forward to discussion. So the motion at the moment is to bring that to the table. You're happy to move that, Councillor Megan? Yep. Councillor Carey? You have? No, not yet. This is just to bring it to the table. Councillor Carroll to second that motion. Those in favour? Those against? Okay, that's carried to bring it to the table. So, Councillor Megan, now the wording that Kirsten's put forward onto the screen there. You're working in quick time. Should the council convey an appropriately worded message to the Honourable Anastasia Palaszczuk expressing appreciation for service to the state and best wishes for the future? You're comfortable with that motion?
Yes, am I able to speak?
Yes, you
to
can
it?
speak, definitely. Okay, we'll record that Councillor Carroll will second that motion, or is seconding that motion. So we've got a mover in Councillor Megan, second in Councillor Carroll. Councillor Megan.
The reason I wanted to bring this forward is not only as another woman in politics, but I guess directing this to the Honourable Anastasia Palaszczuk, that we thank her for her 9 years of service and leadership of our state of Queensland. We appreciated your many visits to Australia's Garden City, particularly during our annual Carnival of Flowers. Your recognition of the vibrancy of our regional economy, as well as the amazing livability and the exciting future we have in our region, was always discussed with this council, and particularly with our previous Mayor, Paul Antonio. In fact, it was his tribute to you on the local ABC radio and other generous testimonies from state and federal MPs from all sides of politics that stimulated this motion. The Toowoomba Regional Council wishes to place on the public record that we thank you for your leadership and commitment to our community, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, pretty well written the letter. That's so words to that effect. Thank you. We have a seconder in Councillor Carroll. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? Councillor Carroll, would you like to say something as a second?
Yes, I would, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Megan, for bringing this up. I agree that anyone who's in public life, particularly in those leadership roles, their own personal life takes a backward step. And I think that in any party, in any form, and particularly with a female, very much not better than a male or anything else, but has other connotations to their leadership. So I think that, you know, that it's been a great community service to the whole state. And I think it deserves to be recognised by our council, and our community would expect us to do that, I believe. So that's why I'm happy to second this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we'll put this then, the motion to the vote. The council convey an appropriately worded message to the Honourable Anastasia Palaszczuk, expressing appreciation for her service to the state and best wishes for the future. Moved by Councillor Megan, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Those against? Vote recorded? No. That motion is carried. Thank you. Councillor Nancy, this is general business you'd like to bring forward?
Thank you, Mayor. As circulated, I seek permission to consider a review of the Clifton waste facility opening hours at this meeting.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll move to put that onto the table. So Councillor Nancy to move, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Okay, Councillor Nancy, do you want to go a little bit further with this one?
Yes, Chair. The motion is that Council urgently review the Clifton Waste Facility opening hours to temporarily open every day to assist residents who normally use the Greenmount facility, which is temporarily closed due to construction works. The reasons: the Clifton Waste Facility has limited hours to cater for its current population base, whilst the Greenmount facility has a wider catchment and use. And I have listed there the current opening hours for Clifton, and you can see that Tuesdays and Thursdays it's closed, Monday, Wednesday, Friday it's only open for a half day, and then Saturday, Sunday 10 till 3. Funding from the original operational budget of the Greenmount facility could potentially be utilised to cover these additional costs. Residents can be informed that it will be a temporary measure until the Greenmount facility reopens towards the middle of 2024. When the opening hours revert back, further communication can be undertaken to alert Clifton residents that the hours will be reverting back to their normal hours. To assist, call flip signage could also be placed at the Clifton Waste facility, alerting users to these temporary measures.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. You're happy to second. This is now we're up to the motion. Can you just go back to the motion, please, Kirsten? The council urgent review the Clifton Waste Facility operating hours. I just wonder, Councillor Nancy, with yourself and Councillor Carroll, whether a report can come to January to talk about that if it's required, because there would be obviously budgetary movements that would be required of some description.
I did consider that, Councillor Jeff, but this is urgent for these people. They're struggling to, and it's not just one resident that's putting in a complaint. There are actually multiple complaints coming in relation to the issues being raised because, I mean, the Greenman facility has been closed for quite a period of time. And as I said in my notes, there would have been operational funding available for the Greenman facility because originally they did not think they were going to have to close it. It was only once the constructors got on site that they realised that they were going to have to close it for a period of time. So that funding would have been provided in the operational budget when the budget was adopted.
So I guess where, just in my mind, urgently review doesn't give confidence that you're going to have a change. So if the intent today is for a motion to have change,
yes,
then it really should read the council adjust the Clifton operating hours to extend the time to extend it to temporarily open every day.
Yeah.
So if the intent is to do it, then the operational team
Yes.
have to go away and work out how to do it.
Okay.
So
You're happy with
otherwise,
that, Brian?
you will have a
Yep.
review.
Yep.
I don't want to put words into your mouth, but I'm
No.
just, if the intent is to do what you're wanting to do,
I just want to get it done.
it won't happen with the words urgently review.
Okay.
Councillor Carroll?
If I could make a comment there, Mr Mayor, it has been some time and it's not some time before it's open. And in this period, we're going to have Christmas. So, you know, there's a lot of people move stuff over Christmas. So I think I support that. And I know it's going to cause a bit of stress in how we're going to do that. But I think that we probably should have thought about it a little bit earlier than this because I too have been receiving many, many phone calls and messages about this. And I think it wasn't going to close and then it was going to close. Now it's been extended. And I think, you know, it's a service to the community that's one of the services that they see they get out in the rural area. Thank you.
So I'll go to Councillor Megan. The intent of this motion does have an impact on council, and we need to make sure, pardon me, that we have the staff and the wherewithal to do that. So I wouldn't mind if Jake can make comment to make sure that we aren't putting ourselves into a situation. Before you come up, Jake, just ask Councillor Megan. She had a hand up before.
Well, Mayor, that was what I was going to ask for Jake to comment. Like, how much is that going to cost? How many complaints have we had? And is there any overspend on that facility to date?
So
same sort of questions, I guess.
We'll go to Jake now, and then I've got a question from Councillor Kerry, keeping in mind that the motion has been adjusted from what you initially said. So this is happening from today if this goes through. Councillor, sorry, Jake. Jake, welcome, acting GM.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. In response to the queries that have been raised by council, essentially, yes, the Greenmount Waste facility has closed. As councillors are aware, there are some wider budgetary considerations within the Water and Waste Services budget. We're currently projecting to overspend to deliver the current services for the water and waste portfolio. So consideration for adjusting the opening hours for Greenmount we've contacted our provider, Megan Billy Enterprises. They provide us with a bit of an estimate. They're still working as to whether or not staff could be made available over the Christmas period if council makes a decision today.
Sorry, Councillor Jones.
Sorry, just apologies.
Declaration for Ability Enterprise.
Sorry, we're talking about Ability Enterprises. My wife's a director. So
no, that's fine. And so let's deal with that conflict now. You're rather remove yourself from the room. So Jake, and it's an important part of this conversation around staffing. So I think James, you're best to remove. We'll just make a note of that, Kirsten, that James has declared a conflict for reason being that his wife is a director of Ability Enterprise. Thanks, James. Thanks, Jake. Sorry about that.
Not a worry. Thank you, Mr Mayor. So Ability Enterprises would be the contract service provider that would provide the labour resources to if the waste facility at Clifton was to have hours extended to, say, match what Greenmount's would have normally been. The estimated cost to provide those services is around $10,000 a month. Would be the difference in cost. So that's the added cost on top of what we're already paying for staffing of the Clifton Waste Management Facility. We would also, because Clifton would be potentially receiving additional waste during that time, there may be some additional operational costs as far as storing, moving, capping, those sort of waste operational activities around the $2,000 a month. So based on the current projected time frame for the Greenmount Waste Facility, we would need to increase these operating hours for Clifton out 5 months. So we're talking about a total of $60,000 approximately would be the budget that would be required at the next budget review if council were to make this decision. Noting that, as I said earlier, Water and Waste Services is already projecting to exceed its materials and services budget already, and will be seeking additional funding at budget review too to ensure that the department is not exceeding its budget at the end of the financial year. That includes hours from this week as far as Christmas. It just, again, it depends on what we see and whether Ability Enterprises has the staff available to be able to service the facility from as soon as possible, based on comments and conversations I've heard around the room, which would be my understanding of Council's direction.
Thanks, Jack. Councillor Megan, does that answer your questions?
Well, it is, but also I remember when Natalie spoke about this another time, she said we're going to monitor it and see. So I was just curious about how much feedback you've had.
If I may, Mr Chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. To date, I spoke to Natalie this morning. We've received 6 complaints from residents. So I know councillors may have received more, but as far as those residents that have contacted council directly, either through email or 131872, our call centre, we've received 6 residents that have provided an indication to council that the current operating hours at Clifton are not acceptable.
So that may well include, because I know councils has received them and they would normally go into pathways to go through. Would that include pathways that have come from councillors?
That's correct, Mr Mayor. So if all 11 councils receive the same email, it'll be one complaint that we would consider that a single complaint, even though there may be 11 emails that are sent. It's from the one individual business in reference to the one item.
Thank you, Jack. Councillor Sean, you had a question before.
Yeah, I was just clarifying it because a couple of things. One is we're sort of signalling what we're prepared to pay. And I'm just wondering whether that should have been in confidential, to be honest. But just wondering, what's the difference here in terms of hours of availability for that service? I know different location, but was Greenmount operating at the same hours as Clifton anyway, or not?
Thank you, Councillor Sean. In respect to the operating hours at Clifton, is operating at a lower availability of hours in comparison to Greenmount. So Greenmount was open 7 days a week for various operating hours as determined through the waste strategy. It's a Tier 2 regional site, and as such had some extended operating hours in comparison to Clifton.
Well, just following that, because Greenmount therefore is not operating, is there a saving on that operational fees that would have normally been incurred and that can be allocated towards the increased Clifton hours?
You're correct, Councillor Shine, in that there would be a cost saving occurring at that particular site, but as I made reference to in the scheme of the waste facility budget, the entire overall budget that council is currently, or the department and the group is not expecting to be able to meet its current budget and will require additional funding, as councillors were provided information on and around our service level review.
Thanks. Councillor Nancy, Councillor Melissa, then Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess, firstly, those 6 people that have put in complaints are 6 people of importance, no matter who they are in our region. They are equally as important as anybody else, and they are needed to be treated accordingly. I did mention earlier about the funding that would already be in the operational plan in relation, operational budget in relation to running the Greenmount facility because initially it wasn't thought that that would be closed, and then it was. So then my big question to you is, by opening it for 2 more days, 4 hours a day, equals 32 hours per month, and it's going to cost $10,000?
Councillor, I believe it's not just one person operating the facility, and that those hours to match Greenmount, the information I've received from the business unit is that the estimate is around $10,000 a month in extra charges. It's about $2,000, $2 and a bit thousand a week in additional labour costs associated under our current contractual arrangements with Ability Enterprises to provide those services.
For 8 hours a week, $2,000, 32 hours a month, $10,000. I would really like to have those figures confirmed, that because I find that
if I may, councillors, sorry to Councillor
abnormal.
Summerfield. So there would be an extra, so Monday there would be 4 hours required, Wednesday another 4 hours, Friday 4
No.
hours, Saturday 5 hours, Sunday 5 hours.
We're not asking for it to be all day. We just said that it be open every day. And most of those days, Monday, Wednesday and Friday, are only 4 hours per day. It's only on Saturday and Sunday that it's 10 till 3. We're just asking for another 4 hours a day on Tuesday and Thursday.
So the information I've received, councillor, is to increase the opening hours at Clifton to align with Greenmount's opening hours, which was for 10 hours Monday through till Friday, and then 9 hours on Saturday to Sunday. If council wishes to modify those hours or provide indications you have on alternate hours, then the costs would be reduced.
So perhaps that should be reflected in the motion, that using the existing hours of Clifton plus Tuesday and Thursday for those hours of 1 to 5.
4 hours.
For 4 hours on Tuesday and Thursday. A bit more specific. That may assist things, because it's probably a little bit ambiguous in regard to
An additional 4 hours, Kirsten, if we could.
Yeah. Additional 4
Yeah.
hours on Tuesday. Yeah. That you're now, Councillor Carroll, you're the seconder of that motion. Yeah, no, you're the seconder of the motion.
Look, I agree with this, Mr Mayor, but I just wanted to mention, it might be my bad, but I get around a lot out there. I've been to the Emu Creek, Greenmount, and also to the Cambodia Christmas Carnival, and people have made complaints to me, which I have encouraged them to ring the service centre. So I would believe that not all complaints have been registered, in that people are unhappy about it, but not all have actually made a formal complaint. And I think, you know, having lived out there for 24 years and actually having been the mayor out there for on the council for some time, they're the type of people who do not become noisy and aggressive. So I think that this, for me, would be a nice meeting in the middle if this is possible. So I do support this. Thank you.
Councillor Melissa. Oh, sorry, Councillor Nancy, you've finished now with where we're at there. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I support exactly what Councillor Carroll just said. Was a point I was going to make myself. But also, just correct me if I'm wrong. When the Millmerran pool was closed for a substantial time, we as council made a decision to bus residents from Millmerran to Pittsworth so they could enjoy the pool facilities that were denied them because we were rebuilding a pool. I see this as a more urgent requirement, because if a waste facility is closed, that can actually have significant health and safety issues for our community, particularly at Christmas time when we know there's a lot more food wastage or food stuffs being put into bins, etc., etc. And I think this needs to be reviewed or looked at very urgently, because particularly with the heat wave that we're having, for various reasons, and I think this is a basic necessity or a basic service that council does offer, and to me, this is more urgent than a pool facility.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. We're almost approaching a debating period, but that's a very valid comment. There is a motion there before us. Councillor Nancy, you're the mover, and Councillor Carroll, you're the seconder. We're comfortable with where that motion is. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mayor. Just with that revised schedule, Jake, so what do you think then we're looking at in terms of how much it's going to cost? So that we're clear.
Based on the information that I have in front of me, councillors, it'd be approximately between $7,500 and $10,000 additional to just open on those 4 hours. Notwithstanding, I haven't double checked whether the current period Tuesdays or as Thursdays fall over public holidays, but it's in that order of magnitude of additional funding or budget that would be required to facilitate those 4 hours opening on the Tuesday and the Thursday for a period of four hours, which is what I understand is councillors' request. That would be for the duration of approximately 5 months until Greenmount was to reopen.
That's for the 5-month period. An extra $7,000 for the 5 months, not per month. Total. That's a different conversation to what we had a little while ago. Councillor Bill.
So, could you just repeat that through you, Chair? Is that in total?
Keeping in mind, councillors, this is done on the fly.
Yeah.
But we've gone from a potential $60,000 over 5 months,
yes,
to between $7,500 and $10,000 over 5 months.
So
not per month,
yeah,
over 5 months.
And it's subject to the availability of Ability Enterprise being able to staff this, isn't it? Because it's correct. A variation of contract.
Well, it'd be a variation of contract, but noting the time and Ability Enterprises' capability to obtain staff at short notice would be, and again, notwithstanding whether or not 4 hours they'd be able to locate potential people to fill those shifts, it is and would be subject to, but based on a resolution today of this nature, we would contact Ability Enterprises this morning and see if they can move ahead with just staffing Tuesday and Thursday for those 4 hours.
And my question then is, given the amount of subjectivity around that, if they can't, what then?
Well, perhaps that could be added as part of this motion as a second part.
Pending
or number
the
2,
ability
subject to the contractors being able to
subject
fulfill.
to contract being able to.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we can only, we can only give a directive from here, but we've got to be realistic. If
There is a bit of uneasiness around that. So how about, we've got a motion on the books, a mover and a seconder. Happy for you to try an amendment. I've got a question from Councillor Melissa first. Happy for you to try an amendment to that motion that is on the books first, and we can test the amendment and put it through that way. Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair. Through you. Jake, just can you clarify for me, the extra hours that are being requested here, is that not a transfer of the hours from Greenmount? So wouldn't the availability of staff just be transferred from one to the other?
Assuming that those Greenmount staff that were there are currently available, so Greenmount's been closed, as council's aware, of a period of time. I'm not at liberty to understand the personal circumstances, but Ability Enterprises provides great access to a great number of people. It's just a case of whether or not those people are available or wish to make themselves available for the period of time council requires. We had some previous conversation earlier on in the week around staffing similar time to Greenmount, and there was an indication that Ability Enterprises would need to follow up with some of their resources as to whether there would be availability, but they haven't said no, but they also haven't said yes, and notwithstanding, original conversations with Ability Enterprises are different to the conversations that we would be having with them post this motion being adopted by council.
But basically, I know Ability have a great resource when it comes to availability of staff, so it'd be more likely that a yes than a no.
That would be my feeling, councillors, but
Yes.
I don't want to put people under
No.
undue pressure at this particular point in time to, notwithstanding the closeness to Christmas. What I would recommend, if I may, is that maybe as reasonably practically possible. So, you know, that if we can't do it this week, we might be able to do it the week post-Christmas between New Year's. We might be able to do it post-New Year's. As soon as those Ability Enterprises is able to provide the resources, that the opening hours for Clifton are varied. And they also have to provide those resources on a regular basis, as we know with customers opening on one Tuesday but not the next because of resources being unavailable, not available, could also create some considerable angst amongst the community.
Thanks, Jake. May I just have a follow-up, please, Chair? Thank you. So, Jake, is that something you'd be putting on the website as an update for community members, that if this did go ahead and for some reason Ability couldn't staff, say, Tuesday next week, that an update would be put onto the website? Is that how you would operate?
Either website or Facebook, we try or at the
Facebook.
facility
Okay.
itself, depending on how much notice is provided by Ability Enterprises to council, whether or not those shifts can be resourced.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. So in relation to variation of contract, we would have already have had one variation in relation to the Greenmount facility closing. So I imagine there's a fair bit of flexibility in there. In relation to sourcing staffing to ensure that we can do this motion, I think that that's something that should be left to the operational arm of the council to work through. If Ability find that they're completely unable to, maybe council itself can find some people as a temporary measure to assist in endorsing this.
So I guess I've left this for Councillor Carl if he'd like to make an amendment. I've just got a couple more questions, Councillor Carl, and then we'll come back to you. Councillor Carey?
Yeah, no, thanks. I must say that the original estimate here has been greatly reduced, and accordingly my concern has been reduced accordingly with that. I'm happy to support the tenor of the motion. But just in relation to next Tuesday's Boxing Day, I'm just wondering, is that a day that it should be open, and at what cost?
I will have to confer with Natalie Plum, the manager of Waste, as to whether or not our facilities are open on Boxing Day. I don't think, so if they are open on Boxing Day, Councillor Shine, then we would anticipate that all of our facilities would be open on Boxing Day if Tuesday was a regular day for opening. So that's where my headspace would go, Councillor.
Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's what I was going to mention. I actually, in fact, there's a very reasonable community out there, and they wouldn't expect Boxing Day. They'd be just happy that they had a little bit more time to go there. But if the other facilities are open on Boxing Day, then I suggest that probably you're right. And but I don't think that would be expected out there. I think, you know, it'd be at our peril that we would underestimate the amount of feeling, a bit of anger that's out in the community about this, in that we've taken away, it's gone for longer, it's going to be longer now, and we haven't given them anything as an alternative. So I really hope we can do this. I think they're very reasonable, they'd appreciate anything we can do, but if we can do that, I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Okay. Just massaging my mind around a couple of things Jake said around as reasonably practical, and then what Councillor Melissa said around, you know, promotion and advertising of this, and whether both those need to be included in this. But anyway, Councillor Bill?
Yeah, that was picking up on Jake's words, as reasonably practically possible, or as soon as practically possible. Just basically taken on the, I don't think we can be overly prescriptive. I mean, there are things outside our control, and the comment about diverting staff to do that, I don't think that's our in our determination here. That's an operational. I think we just need to say as soon as practically possible.
So could you just add that?
And if there's variations to that, they're subsequently advertised across our social media channels and formal channels.
So I just want to go back to the mover and seconder, because rather than an amendment, just see if they're happy with that. If not, I'll go back to you, Councillor Carl, to move an amendment. So Councillor Nancy and Councillor Carroll, this is about that council, as soon as practically possible, adjust the clips and reception. Jake, is there a need to put in about the promotion of this, or will that happen by course of this motion happening?
That I would consider that to be part of normal business, whether we change the operating hours of any facility, that be advertised. Okay. So I don't believe I need direction from council to do that.
Not in there. So Councillor Nancy and Councillor Carroll, with those words, as soon as practically possible. Okay, well, Councillor Carl, if there's not, happy for you to move an amendment to that, and we'll test the amendment. And if it's lost, then we go back to the original. So, Councillor Carl, you'd like to move an amendment to include those words. So this is an amendment now, Kirsten, we're up to. The amendment is to include the words as practically possible. Practically, as practically possible. The council, as soon as practical. So anyway, they're the words. Something along those lines, Councillor Carl, that you're suggesting as an amendment. So you're happy to move that amendment? Yes. You're happy to second that amendment, Councillor Tim? Anyone wanting to speak? As soon as practical, that's better. That's the motion now, amendment. That's the amendment. So this is the amendment. Okay, if it goes through, it becomes the motion. Those in favour of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 4. The amendment is carried. That now becomes the motion. Councillor Nancy, you comfortable to move that motion? Councillor Nancy move. Councillor Carroll second. The motion's there before you, councillors. Those in favour? Unanimous. Carried. Well done, councillors. Thank you, Jake. Very much appreciate your input there. Very much indeed. Okay, is there any other general business, councillors, that anyone wanted to bring forward at this point? If not, councillors, you'll recall that we have a motion that is on the table at the moment. Information isn't quite finalised yet for that. That's item number 4. So therefore, we go to item 15, and we'll return to item 4 when we do the group reports, or immediately after lunch, whichever is the sooner. So item number 15 is the closing of the meeting, and the closing of the meeting is for the confidential of the CEO's report, which, and the reasons there too, because they're current legal matters, and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3B, industrial matters affecting employees, E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, thanks James, yeah, welcome back, including, for example, well, you didn't want to be in for the vote, I wouldn't imagine, for that last one. For example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government, and F, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or group of individuals of the local government regulation. So that's the reason for closing. Have someone move to close, moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? The motion is carried. Okay. Now, Kirsten, we need to add CEO's report to include attachment 3 from item 4, I think it was. No, not item 4, it was. Just finalising the motion to include item 10, attachment 3, confidential open decision register in there as well. Be attached to this report. Now, all we've done is shifted attachment 3, which was item 10, attachment 3, to this. So, because we haven't actually noted that in the previous one, so we need to just include that in here. So, council note, Chief Executive's advice. Is that what it's called? Chief Executive's advice. Chief Executive's confidential, legal advice, confidential legal advice, and attachment 3. We noted. Yep, that's fine. And we're also noting attachment 3 though as well. We're noting that as well. Okay, are we back online, Kirsten, by the way? Thank you. Councillors, we've got a motion there before us, which is for item number 16.1. And the motion is that council note the Chief Executive offers legal advice and that attachment 3, confidential open council decision register, was noted and is attached to this report. Someone move? Moved by Councillor Nancy. Second by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Councillors, with your indulgence, have someone move to adjourn to resume the meeting at 1 p.m. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. We'll return at 1 p.m. Well, good afternoon, councillors. Thank you very much. We're up to group reports. And the first group report is item 17.1, Planning and Development. Don't seem to have the author of the report with us here, so we might, with your indulgence, councillors, move to 17.2, Water and Waste Services, and invite Jake to come forward. And Jake, again, thank you for your work to get us to the milestone of signing the tender today with the Alliance Partners for the Crestbrook Dam safety upgrade. Welcome, Jake.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. Happy to present the group report or take it as read. There is a little section there looking at some of the innovation that council has, or Water and Waste Services have currently undertaken in relation to the Greenmount Waste Facility. We have looked at the first time Toowoomba Regional Council has implemented a FISO cap, which essentially is a new cap that allows the revegetation on top of landfill holds moisture and other bits into the soil to facilitate the generation of a natural habitat that will hopefully turn that facility into something that is quite nice. And understanding we have tried, or previous regional city councils have attempted, and we've learnt lessons from those through that, and it's taking a very good, what we think is innovative approach to that project. But happy to take the report as read, and if there's any questions.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate that. Councillors, are there any questions in regard to the report for Water and Waste Services? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. And it's great to see the PhytoCap innovation being utilised at the Greenmount Waste Facility. I wonder, did they investigate the John Darien Shire Council's case that they did over their landfill, which turned out to be a disaster after a period of time when the roots got down to the level where there was contamination in the soil and all the big trees all died. So did they look into that?
Through you, Mr Chair. Yes, Councillor, the team went out and had a bit of a look as part of this process and have learnt lessons that were translated from that project. So came down to the type of soil that was used, the John Darien PhytoCap that was prior to amalgamation, so many years ago, looking and applying the lessons that were learned out of that. So the different types of clay soils, there was from what I believe, talking to Natalie and the team, a much harder clay soil that lended itself to cracking rather than retaining moisture, which then obviously led to trees not having suitable nutrients or water to, as you say, to grow and prosper. So subsequently those lessons have been learnt and applied. We have some scientific or people, industry leaders, taking a bit more of a scientific approach with the current PhytoCap for Greenmount, which should hopefully see, as I said, a great outcome for Toowoomba region.
Oh, thank you. That's good to hear. So then the only other thing I wanted to mention was the UV system that's been put in place in the water treatment plant upgrade at Mount Kynoch, and just alert councillors to the, because I won't be here, to the fact that we were told in a previous report when we were wanting increased activity on our dams that we required UV light treatment of the water for us to be able to do that. So here, we now have the UV light system in play, so you can get more people playing on the dams. So I'll leave that with you for next term.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. That's something to keep in mind. Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mayor. Jake, just on page 292 where it says the quarterly audits are also conducted on the curbside recycling, results of the first quarter audit indicated generation rate of approximately 3.6 kgs per bin. 77% of materials within the stream were recycled and the contamination rate was 15%. So what happens then? What?
So as part of that audit process, we'd take that information to try and put it into public campaigns to try and get more recycling without more non-contaminated recycling. So essentially, if it's in the bin and can't be or is contaminated, it's difficult to be recycled and is used and put into landfill. So the idea is to stop that waste from being contaminated at the household and ensure that the right stuff's being put in the right bin to maximise recycling. So this is just an audit process. So grabbed a number of bins at random just to see how our community is performing and responding to what they're placing in their respective bins.
So the heaviest contaminant observed was a non-recyclable plastic. So that's all just people not knowing exactly what to put. Yeah.
It would appear so, Councillor, that is those soft plastics that aren't recyclable going into recycling bins. The recycling party will attempt to remove those, but again, it's done quite coarsely, where it's difficult to mitigate against that contamination. It'll just be diverted to landfill, which is a terrible thing to happen, but unfortunately that's why those educational campaigns are so important, which is why Waste Services is working with stakeholder and community right now to reinforce those campaigns, particularly around, as was mentioned earlier in the meeting, Christmas time, making sure the right stuff goes in the right bin.
Good reminder. Councillors, any other questions for Jake? Councillor Kerry?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Jake. Just in relation to page 286, the new energy generation project. I know it's listed here. I'm just wondering, having regard to what's proposed there with the boreholes taking place and being checked out subsequently, what's the next stage with this project that's publicly available?
Thank you, Councillor Shine, for the question. In relation to what's publicly available, Council's made a resolution. We've communicated that resolution to B Power. We anticipate on coming back to Council with the outcomes of that resolution that was made at the last meeting. In respect to what's contained within this report that's publicly available, B Power has completed drilling. It's completed its works. It's now at a stage of monitoring regrowth in the areas that were cleared, with no, as I said earlier on in previous reports, that no mature trees were cleared. It was only minor undergrowth, just making sure that that vegetation returns to an acceptable sort of level. And then from that, if that occurs, Council will release the guarantees that it has against the company in accordance with the agreement that we signed that was part of the conditions of having access to our land. So basically we make sure it returns back to the best state it possibly can. If that's not the case, B Power's given opportunity to remediate. If they choose not to remediate, then we have guarantees to be able to use to ensure that environment is returned back to as best as practicably possible the conditions it was prior to the site being entered by B Power.
Thanks, Councillor Sean. If there's no further questions, can I call for a motion that the Water and Waste Services report be received? You're getting that up there, Kirsten, are you? There you are. You're getting there. And there it is. Moved by Councillor Nancy, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Jake. Councillors, we'll move back to 17.1, Planning and Development. Welcome Dr Nicola to come forward with your report. Thanks, Dr Nicola.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions that councillors may have.
Councillor Nancy, do you have a question?
Yes, just the one, thank you. So I noticed on the second page you talk about study tours under international relations. I'm just wondering whether you're engaging Study Toowoomba in that scenario. I think there's great opportunity for working together.
We just might, just before we go any further, Councillor Carl, from a conflict perspective.
I'd like, if you want to talk about that, I'd like to step out of the room,
Sure.
please. My wife.
Might
is
be safer
engaged.
too, just for the time being, I think, for this one, and then we'll grab you, Bill, before
Reason being, my wife's engaged by Study Toowoomba
Yep, that's the reasoning.
Media.
No, that's fine. Councillor Bill, we'll grab you as soon as we finish this particular bit. Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I'm certainly aware of the involvement of Uni SQ, but I will follow up for you to make sure Study Toowoomba is also involved. I do expect that they would be, but I will confirm that.
Thank you. That would be really good because I note in there you mentioned Korea. Korea is certainly one of our target countries as part of our strategy moving forward. So it'd be really good for Study Toowoomba to be engaged. Peter Homan's the new chair of Study Toowoomba, and so it'd be great if, it's hand in glove stuff. Thanks.
We might just get Councillor Bill back in, James, if you don't mind. Thanks, Councillor Bill. Councillors, any more questions in regard to the group report for planning and development for December? There's no other questions. The motion there before you is that the planning and development report be received. Moved by Councillor Megan. Second for the motion. Second by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Dr. Nicole. Appreciate that. We move then to item 17.3, infrastructure services, and welcome GM Mike Brady. Again, Mike, if you'd like to say a few words if you need to, and then we'll go to questions.
Good afternoon, councillors. The Infrastructure Services Group report for November 2023 is tabled. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mike. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, this morning we received an email from Jackie around the unformed or the lower order roads program update, you've called it in the email. We're wondering if we can actually, if that wording that has been provided to us can actually be used as an attachment to your group report today. Is there any reason why the wording that's in there, because it's all good news that that is in there, and it would be good to be able to inform the public. So just needing to make sure that you're comfortable for those words that are in that email to actually go as an attached or as part of the recommendation with your group report.
Yeah, no, I've no problems with that. That's where we're up to at this stage. So happy for that to be included, should council wish to do that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So, Kirsten, you've probably done a little bit of work on this. It's really, so the intention, I think, Mike, is just to add that as part of the motion for this instance, but then perhaps, or well, not perhaps, at the group reports subsequently, it's just included in the group reports.
Okay.
Rather than have to do that as a separate motion. I'll let Kirsten continue on putting that together. Councillor Carroll, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to congratulate Mike and the team on Newquay Road. It's such a fantastic project, and you know, over probably I think 6 and 7 years, and to have that safe and sealed road between Crow's Nest and Blackbutt is amazing, and it was proven on the day. We had 3, the acting mayor and 2 councillors from South Burnett, and we had some long-term residents there and some newer residents there to actually, and all commented on, and Councillor Kirsty Schumacher said when she was a child, they used to go to Toowoomba to see a doctor or to do some shopping, and used to take them so long in this little old car, and you know, and I just think that we've had people come and go out of that project, and we've had CNM North and others involved, Project Services, and our comms team, of course, yourself, Mike, and Infrastructure Services, and it's a fantastic road. And I'd encourage councillors to take a trip up there through the holidays up to Blackbutt. Great pie shop up in Blackbutt. Not that we haven't got some good ones here, but there's a really, really good one up there. So nice little drive up and back. But I just want to, there were some difficulties with that, and it went through a forestry where there was no road reserve and the like, and Mike guided that through, and Eric, and I think that. It's just a major, and we probably won't see its like for some years, the way our budgets are going, but is a major win-win for everybody, including the local community up there, but a big win for road safety with the visibility and the like up there, and a lot of people who assisted, but mainly I just want to pass on councils, and I hope I can speak for you all, councils thanks to ISG, to our C&M teams, comms teams, and everybody who's been involved. Thank you, Mike, if you take that back. Thank you.
Yeah, with that, Mike, it was brilliant. It's a great road. Thank you, Councillor Carroll, for raising that one. Councillor Kerry, question?
Thanks, Mayor. After Blackbutt, you can call in at Yarraman for an ice cream as well. That's a good trip. Recommend it.
I just have to remind you, Councillor Kerry, it's called the Pink Flamingo.
It is.
There you go.
Some people have been photographed there.
Great ice cream.
My question, however, Mike, hopefully I was successful in sending you a photo of an article in the Courier Mail last Tuesday, headed "Digging Deep on Big Jobs, State Needs 30,000 Workers." And I'll just quote two paragraphs. "Serious quarry shortages in southeast Queensland are of particular concern, with Infrastructure Australia calling for national oversight of quarry supply. Acute quarry shortages loom in several regions nationally, with long lead times from quarry approval to extraction, making it difficult to source alternative supplies when and where they are needed, increasing project schedules, cost and carbon emissions," the report stated. Just wondering, does that have any relevance to our operation, our region, or in terms of approvals, gaining approvals, or in fact the availability of quarry materials at the moment?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Shine. Very much. Probably talk about quarries first. There is, right across Australia, but a growing shortage of quarry materials, and the cost of quarry materials obviously going up. I'll focus locally. Locally, we work fairly closely with the major private quarry owners, operators, and they are absolutely flat out providing material. And but we've also got our own what we call borough pits, or our own small quarries. As a council, it's probably something we really need to look at investing further into in coming years, and not too far away, because to actually start up a quarry, or to actually or increase the size of an existing one, is a very complicated planning process, approvals and different things like that. So it can take 5 to 10 years to get a quarry up and running. So it is a lot involved, and a significant capital investment. So looking after the ones we have, managing those where appropriate. There's a few that we've got on our books. Looking at broadening our ownership and expansion is something that we definitely have discussed, potential future opportunities there. That said, in the private market, we tend to buy locally out of the private markets our aggregates and stones that we use that would fall into like hard rock stuff for quarrying, for asphalts, for sealing and all those sorts of things, and also what they call their type 1, type 2 road pavement type materials. So the world of quarrying is one that is a struggle. I know in Sydney, once they moved away from Penrith Lakes and pushed south, they had $20 a tonne to every, this is 20 years ago, $20 a tonne to every tonne of concrete that was then produced. Brisbane's about to experience something similar with the closure of Mount Coot, in not too distant future. That's going to add to asphalt costs for Brisbane City Council. So all these sorts of, as we squeeze quarries out, it does add cost. In regards to workers shortage, we're experiencing that right now. Obviously, that impact, we're out time and time again for various operators and trades and engineers right across the industry spectrum, and trying to get people not sort of only the work over the next five or so years, 7, 10 years up to the Olympics will only put greater pressure on the available resourcing. Obviously, the federal government's looking at some tweaks to the immigration system to bring in, highly skilled workers or higher skilled workers. So, Australia will definitely be needing that going forward.
You right. Follow up there, Councillor Sean.
Just in relation to your last comment about the difficulty of obtaining workers, there was a report this morning on our financial performance with respect to the expenditure on flood recovery work. It was about $10 million spent in that particular relevant period on labour, or might have been $6 million on labour. I forget now exactly the figures that Anne-Marie mentioned, but a fairly small sum in comparison. About $500,000 was spent with respect to in-house employees or council employees. The rest were contracted out. So is that because of that difficulty that you've just explained in relation to getting workers, or other reasons perhaps?
Definitely partially. The other reason we've got a lot of consultants on contractors, obviously, is we've got a very tight program timeline under the federal government, state government, DFRA requirements. So in essence, we need to be completed no later than the end of 2025. So we've had to resource up. So the peak of the necessary resources, obviously, that has to happen. So we only obviously at a council level resource, inverted commas, at a business as usual level, and then we, as we need to get specialists or need to hit peaks, we resource generally locally. Most of the civil the contractors that we've got working up in the flood recovery team, those consultancies are local. Generally speaking, I mean, the head offices aren't all here, but local employees, and also in our contractors, both Georgia and Golding have got substantial usage of local subcontractors. And as you would have seen in the attachment to today's report, group report, I think we're running at about 76% local spend, and that again has been a very key driver of this program as well, to keep that in focus.
Mr. Councillor Sean, Councillor Carroll, and Councillor Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. As far as skilled workers are concerned, Australia has never produced any more than around 50% of their engineers they require, and the rest of them come from overseas. So that's why there's such a squeeze on engineers. I don't think that's changed in the last 12 months. That's, so when we have engineers from overseas, we're very fortunate to get them, and there's a lot of competition for them. So, that's one of the reasons, I guess, why we struggle so much with, and the larger cities pay a lot more money, and private enterprise pays a lot more money, but no more than 50%. So that's why we need to encourage our youth to study STEM and to consider those types of careers. So, and going back to skilled migration may just help us a little bit in that area, us and construction industry in that area.
Next comments, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, following on from Councillor Carroll, that Nuku Road is Very nice. It was really nice to go out there for the opening last week. My question for you is, with the permanent road closures that we have listed on here, do we have, do people rely on those roads? Just on the first page of your, or do we provide alternative arrangements once we close those roads? So the one in Biddiston, Ackland and Mount Rascal there. What do we do in those situations?
Yeah, no, thank you. So these are requests for road closures, permanent road closure requests. I might add that to that in the future. So they aren't actual ones that are happening right at the moment. So they go through a formal application process. So anybody can put an application in through DNR&M or through Department of Natural Resources to close a road, and then the assessing bodies tend to be the councils, and then we do through this council we do a check right through. I think there's about a dozen departments or branches of council that have input into any request towards a road closure. It's very few that we actually ever approve, and we also always are looking at the very long term. Though a section of road reserve may not be being used today, there's nothing saying it can't be used in 50 years' time or 100 years' time. And so when we're assessing these applications, a lot goes into whether we give support to it. The other element to it is that you can't landlock a lot of land, so you can't close a road that would then restrict or take away any, even though it might just be on paper, access to that lot. So if they end up, in some cases, some of the big farms over the years have amalgamated lots and different things like that, so they could take in elements of closure. So a fair bit goes into it, and be happy to give you some further details behind any of these, if you wish.
Thank you. Good question as well. Councillor Carroll.
Mayor, just a comment. In years gone by, the road up near the flour mill was closed, and it'd be so much better if it wasn't. So, you can't see all that way ahead. So I personally, I've had a look at these three, asked Mike to send it, and I'm sure it can be sent to all councillors should they wish, but I certainly am not in favour, except in extreme circumstances, of closing a road. But as Mike said, we don't have the final say over it. We used to, but we don't anymore. Thanks.
So, councillors, if there's no further questions, Councillor Nancy Kirsten has so very kindly adjusted the motion, and I'm sure Councillor Carroll, you agree of this as well, I understand. Infrastructure service will be received noting the following progress, which is taken from Jackie's email. It includes those things. So you are happy to move that motion? Councillor Carroll, you happy to second that? Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Very much indeed. Thank you. We move then to item 17.4. Kevin Jeffries, the Acting General Manager. Welcome to you, Kevin. Thanks, Mike. Welcome to you, Kevin. Again, offer you the luxury of saying a few words if you wish, and then we'll go to questions.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. So the group report for Environment and Community Services is presented for your information, and I will try and answer any questions that you've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Afternoon, Kevin. Question around Christmas lighting. Thought I'd raise that one with you. It's rather topical. So our City Hall that we sit in right now looks rather lovely after dark, and can I congratulate the Lions Club of Toowoomba West, who every year volunteer their time to put up our Christmas lights around City Hall, but especially 13 council staff who volunteered their time to support with that. So giving their time outside of their work commitments to volunteer to put up the Christmas lights. And of course, the Lions Club of Toowoomba West also run the Wonderland up in Queen's Park. And if you haven't been there this year, make sure you go check that one out. So my question is our current level of Christmas lighting around City Hall and the CBD equal to or less than previous years? And are you able to provide a reason around that? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jim. Kevin, hand over to you.
So the Christmas lighting, as you've highlighted, was, and it is conducted by Lions Club every year. We have also, and I think I gave a memo out to councillors around the lighting that has been undertaken around all the street trees in the CBD area, which is additional to what has previously been done and has been on the books to be completed for a little while. We do have a number of vacancies around our electricians, so that has impacted on what decorations have gone up. If you ask what a comparison, there's more of these lighting that we have undertaken this year, but in the street there's probably less. Yeah.
Less.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just on that, last night I was down here, and it seems that the walkways have got lights in them now as well, which I didn't think they had before. That looks like more permanent fairy lights type things, and middle of Ruthven and Margaret Street with lighting as well. Is there further activity going in those areas?
Yep, those as I advised, it was happening over the 3-week period. They were doing it from Monday to Wednesdays to avoid any real impacts on businesses in the area. So they'll be a permanent feature going forward, not just Christmas time. Yeah.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kevin. I did note the signs down the street saying that they'd be working between, these hours. We used to put stylised Christmas trees lit down the main street here, which I thought were rather nice, down the centre of the street, and down, I think certainly down Ruthven Street. I'd like also to thank the Lions, because I think City Hall looks lovely, and I haven't noticed, has the RSL been done this year? They usually do that too.
The building in between has been done. The RSL is all permanently lit in red, so it's,
okay.
it's probably,
okay, so that's changed since
there.
that. But my question is Kong Sang Walk, those beautiful lights that were there, they weren't fairy lights, they were lights about that big and they were strung everywhere, and they were taken down for the building of the hotel. I think it's probably the 6th time I've asked about it in here, and not to you, but I was sure that everything that was taken down was supposed to be put back up, and it was just lovely. It really stood out, and it was there all the time, not just for Christmas. And I would like to see, I personally, I would like to see that back, and a lot of the community would as well. And I don't know why, what happened to them, why they haven't been put back, and why we haven't followed that up. So that's what I'd like to find out. Thank you. The other thing that I'd like to mention, and probably Kevin, is not aimed at anyone here, but I am very disappointed that in years gone by, when the Christmas tree's been lit up at Grand Central, we've started with an event, carols and different things on the stairs here, and then the sleigh leaves from here and goes around to the Christmas tree. Now, you can put yourself around there at the Christmas tree and nobody even knows that you're there, and I actually miss the meaning here with the carols near the crib here and going around the street where the kids used to follow down the street, the shops, they used to go into the shops and everything else, and quite frankly I'd like to see that back next year, because it's all about more than Grand Central, and unless you're quite robust you can't fight your way to get a seat over there. And I think, Christmas the way it used to be here, we used to get the Women in Harmony and the Choral Society and others used to come and perform on the stairs of City Hall. It's not that many years ago, and it's probably only about 4 or 5. And there was always a crowd, and they always followed the sleigh down the street, and I don't know why that hasn't continued.
Yeah, Kevin, did you want to query on Kong Sang? You might know much about that.
On Kong Sang, I do know the answer to that. We've gone through the approval and the plans for that, and yes, they were to reinstall those lights that were taken down. So it has become a compliance matter. It was raised with our team about 2 months ago, so we've We've issued a show cause to the owner of the building, why they haven't done it, and we're following that through. So
It would be nice if it were up, but it's too late now, but it'd be nice if it were up at Christmas period.
yeah, as far as the Christmas sleigh and the decorations, and some of the decorations that we do have, we'll do a review of, because some of them are getting old, their wiring is getting old and causing some problems, but we'll do a review of that for next year. And the
Yeah, no, there seemed to be a misalignment, and this sort of happened without any fanfare. And maybe it was because there's the new manager at Grand Central, and there might have been a misalignment. I think it's one of those things that we should, as a council, make note of for the new council to ensure that those sorts of things go ahead.
If I can follow up, I'd appreciate that, because it belongs to the community as well, and they shouldn't have to go to Grand Central to feel that they're part of that carnival and that Christmas kick-off, if you like, which has always started here on the stairs of City Hall.
No, it's something I think we as a councillor group should. Councillor Kerry, you right there? No.
Councillor Kerry's just asking me when it was. I think it would have started around 5 o'clock,
Yeah,
something like that.
I have intimate knowledge of the whole thing, intimate knowledge of it, and we can re-talk about that as a councillor group as to ideas that the new council can make sure things happen. Now, I had someone else had their hand up there before, didn't they? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. I look forward to those lights being reinstated in Kongsam Walk at the owner's expense, not council's, in due course. We do have a lot, and I mean a lot, of decorations in City Hall, so if you're running short at all, I know where you can find some. But I did wonder, don't we have some good little decorations for the obelisks? Don't we have hats or something that they put on the stars or something? So, and they don't need an electrician. I think they just, I don't know whether they're solar or what.
The stars lit up. The stars lit up, but the candy canes didn't light up.
Right.
Remember the candy canes?
No,
the red and white
no,
candy
Councillor
canes?
Jeff.
Don't you remember those? They're like a barber pole, but they're a candy cane. Anyway, I think, Kevin, you're taking on that, and for us as a group, it's something that we should consider when we have those conversations. Any other questions for Kevin? No other questions? Happy to move, Councillor James. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that, Kevin. We move then to 17.5, Finance and Business Strategy, and welcome General Manager Anne-Marie to come forward. Welcome, Anne-Marie. Again, if you'd like to make comments before we go to questions, feel free to do so.
Good afternoon, councillors. I will just make one comment in relation to page 313 of 314. So you'll note, if we're looking at the local spend financial year to date, that is actually 74.4 million, or 61% year to date, and the November, that's 20.88 million for November, or 71% of our spend. But happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. It's a good number to look at when you see those, and largely as a result of the local spend through the disaster roadworks. Councillor Kerry.
Just on that, Anne-Marie, is that a record, you know, the 74.4?
Yes, it is.
Well done.
Well done. All about records.
The council shines right in that we should be putting that out a little bit more than we do. It's something we should be proud of, and our community needs to know, with all the negative press that we're receiving at the moment from a certain area in the city, that we should be pushing out that is what's really important, that the local suppliers are having money come through, and when we bring a project here, that it actually benefits our local community. Thank you. I think we should be putting our minds to that.
We'll do a media release for that one. Good idea.
I'm just adding to that our payment terms as well. I know we've set ourselves that 14 days date of invoice, which is a real stretch target, but we're paying around 80% of those, so we're putting more money in the local community quicker.
I might have a follow-up, Mr Mayor, because in the national press there's been a lot of noise around governments not paying their accounts on time and people, small suppliers, waiting. So that's something we should be really proud of.
Terrific. Any other questions for finance and business? If not, just as a guide, I guess, Anne-Marie, from historical data to where we are with our water rates that were due, do you have any information in regard to, they were due and they're overdue, well, they're past their due date, just from a comparative data?
I do, councillors. So at the 18th of December, we had outstanding rates, total rates of $5 million. This compared to 6.3 million for at the same time last year. So we set ourselves a target of rate arrears around that 5% mark, and we're tracking at 3.79. So it's an excellent result that our ratepayers are paying the rates on time.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and I think that we need to give credit to our community for paying those on time and keeping us the cash flow coming in. Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Anne-Marie, I just had a quick question about the customer communication and engagement. How we have completed more requests than have been received. So this is the first page of your report.
First page of the report.
First customer communication engagement right there, and we've received 32,717 requests and completed 33.
Yep.
There'd probably be a fairly straightforward reason to that, but you've got to tell me.
That's from the previous ones come through, carry over. So and there's a couple of reports you've got more. In fact, I think in Dr. Nicola's report there were more resolved than there were requests. Yeah, that's carry over.
These are rolling figures.
Happy with that. Thank you.
Good question. Any other questions, councillors, for finance and business? If not, move that finance and business group be received. Councillor Edwina, Councillor Shine, second. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Our councillors, we refer back now, if we can, to item number 4. That wouldn't be real good online. Item number 4, and councillors, you have received an email from Dr. Nicola. Now, the fact that we're going to discuss this, that's what I'm just going to say, we're going to discuss this. Councillor Edwina and Councillor Megan, if you could remove yourself from the room and away from the listening area of the meeting. And then I'll hand over to Dr. Nicola, who will explain the email and perhaps the way forward. Thanks, Nicola.
Thank you very much, Chair and councillors. So the Chief Executive and I did have a discussion about a proposed way forward. I did have a look at the Local Government Act quite quickly, and also the rules. So from as far as I can tell, if we leave the motion as it was, and that was that council officers' recommendations were moved as Tim did, so that was the resolution, and the applicant has agreed to these extra conditions as well. So rather than amending the resolution, because you would have to provide notice under Local Government Act, if we leave the resolution as it stands and we've got these additional conditions that council was seeking, which is not inconsistent with the way that we would condition things anyway, and they've provided approval. Not to my knowledge, Brian. Do we need a motion? A further motion? We could if we wanted to.
Well, I don't think you probably don't need to. You've got the motion as was moved, and just has to be adopted by council, which is, if you adopt the minutes of the original previous meeting, that's fine. So you can just do that, and then from what Nicola has just said. They've agreed to conditions that were what council discussed at that particular time as part of the infrastructure agreement, I understand. So, and they've given us that in writing. So if that's the case, the outcome is exactly the same. You don't have to change anything as far as your resolutions go.
Thank you. I was thinking how we would formalise that, but if they send the letter, and that's formalising it, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you.
So can I just raise a question then in my own mind? So we stick with the motion. Is there a requirement then to assist council officers? I know you've spoken to the applicant and they're happy with those conditions, but just from a transparency measure, whether there need to be an amendment to, not an amendment, business arising, because from what's happened then to what is now, there's business that's arisen, and you could capture it in the business arising, which is the next item. Which is just simply that that these conditions have been agreed upon by the applicant.
Mr Mayor, I'd feel more comfortable with that because I just believe it's public as well. And,
Okay.
I actually just feel more comfortable with that.
Well, I'm just flagging that as a potential for what we do. Councillor Shine, you had a question?
Yeah, no, the question, I suppose the obvious one is that they're agreeing to it, but they would not be bound by it if they chose not to, down the track, comply with the windows of 1.8 metre high, for example. We couldn't do anything to enforce it, one assumes.
Sorry, we can actually, just as we condition everything else within our delegation, so it is enforceable once it's conditioned. Yes.
So if councillors are comfortable with that, we can move that motion, is accurate for the minutes, and then when we go to item 5, which we actually didn't deal with it. We didn't deal with this one in item 5, so we can move that motion. Move that motion, and we'll still need to keep Edwina and Megan out because it's that same one. So, Councillor Carroll, you able to move? Councillor Nancy, second. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. And we'll have to record a division on that too, Kirsten. Okay, so then, thank you very much. We might just stay there, Dr. Nicola, and make sure that we get this next part right with the amendment. Not amendment, business arising. Okay, so within here, it would refer to the special meeting on the 29th of November and basically copying what you had previously to put in there the conditions.
That the applicant is agreeable.
Yep. We'll just get this up and then we can double check that we're happy with that. That's okay. Put this up on the screen here shortly, councillors. Thank you for your indulgence. Won't be long. We'll get this wording right. we're pretty well on the home stretch here. We'll get this one right, and this is the final item for today. We've covered off on everything else.
Chair, did I need to rescind a motion that James seconded that we moved it as is? Yeah, but that's what I remember, but I still put it, so I don't need to rescind that.
We go. Okay, councillors, let's have a good read of this. Business arising out of the minutes. Special meeting council DA 29 November. The council note in relation to application such and such for a development application for a permit, etc., etc. Applicant has provided written agreement to include. That's the important part. The applicant has provided written agreement to include the following approval conditions in relevant agreements. That's the most important line there. Approved use. 2.2, maximum of 3 full-time equivalent staff. 2.3, accommodate a maximum of 75 students with no additional student enrolments. And the inclusion of the following condition, ensure the corner window on the upper floor of the western elevation has a minimum sill height of 1.8 metres above the floor level. Now, Brian, you just changed the word, did you? The word in additional. So it's just not the yeah, following additional approval conditions. Now, Councillor Tim raised a good point before. I just wanted clarification. When we laid the previous motion on the table, we did have a mover and a seconder to it. So, by rights, that still is a live motion. We should probably have Councillor Tim by doing it. Oh, yeah, we did, because we adopted the motion. We adopted the motion.
Can I make a suggestion? So you don't actually need the strike out words now. You don't need those in here because this is a new. This is as if a new agreement today.
Thank you. This is good. We're working through this beautifully. Okay, now, Councillor, did we have a mover for this one? Councillor Carroll move. Councillor Nancy second. Those in favour? Those against? So we need to record that division there, Kirsten, if you don't mind. No, one against. Councillor Carl against, yeah. Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you, Dr. Nicola. We can invite Edwina and yeah, Megan can come back in now. That's it. They're on their way. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, councillors, that concludes the ordinary meeting of council for December, as was in my report, and I'll say it again. Thank you very much, not only for your attendance today, but for the year 2023. I know we have a special meeting tomorrow, and Councillor Megan will have the opportunity to say Merry Christmas to everyone as well. But can I, on behalf of everyone in this room, acknowledge Brian, you and your team, and wish all of the operational team a Merry Christmas as well on behalf of councillors. We do appreciate the work that you all do, and particularly those that will be working over the festive season, doing essential services for our community. So thank you, councillors. That concludes the meeting. Thanks, Kirsten.